Madam Speaker.
Pleasant good morning to this honorable house. My name is Pastor Vidal Charles from the Mount Carmel Baptist Church, and it is my honor and privilege to be here with you this morning to pray as we begin the sitting of this House of Assembly today. Before I pray, just want to read for us from Romans chapter 12, verses 9 to 13. Let love be without hypocrisy, abhor what is evil, cling to what is good. Be kindly affectionate one to another with brotherly love, in honor, giving preference to one another, not lagging in diligence, fervent in spirit, serving the Lord, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continually steadfastly in prayer, distributing to the needs of the saints, giving to hospitality. Let us pray. Dear God, we give you thanks, we give you praise for this, another beautiful day that you have allowed us to see here in the Virgin Islands. We thank you for your grace, we thank you for your mercy, we thank you for your love. And we pray now, Lord, as we commence this sitting of the House of Assembly, we pray, God, for your guidance, we pray for your direction. We pray, Lord, that you will grant wisdom, understanding, and knowledge to these men and women as they continue to lead this territory. We pray, Lord, that you will continue to show them the way which you'll have them to go. We pray, dear Lord, that you will have your divine way. We pray that you will take full control. Lord, we take some time out to remember the people of Jamaica. We pray, Lord, that you will comfort them, you will be their guide, you will be their strength. And Lord, I pray that everything will go in decency and in order in this House of Assembly today. May your will be done. We give you thanks and we give you praise. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
This House now convenes its sitting. Members, at this time, we will take a recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. I call on the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Yes. Leader, Honorable Skelton, you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of corrections or a couple of observations, Madam Speaker. Item 4, 6. I know when we were doing Mrs. Eileen Parsons, this refers to a House of Assembly. Shouldn't it be in the Legislative Council? And, no?
Sorry, remind me which item you're on?
Item 4, 6.
Yes, that's correct. It should
Okay.
be Legislative Council.
And item 5, 7, just a simple, the last line that starts with 8.1, government business to include, just the D missing.
So, Honorable, I note that I hadn't yet read it all. Do you mind, let me just bring it on the floor, and then you just have that placed so that we can correct it one time. All right?
Okay.
All right. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th day of September 2025, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? Honorable Skelton, I know that you rose in relation to 2 amendments. Are there any other amendments
No,
to be
Madam.
brought forward?
No, Madam. No, those are the 2.
All right. The minutes hereby stand confirmed as amended. I call on the clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the speaker.
Members, today I have 2 statements to make. The first one relates to my participation in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Conference in Barbados. And the second one relates to the House of Assembly Management Bill, which will be given its second reading today. First one, as Speaker of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, I had the honor of leading a discussion seminar during the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Conference held in Barbados. The session focused on addressing facilitated violence against women, the role of Parliament in promoting prevention, protection, and policy reform. This important discussion formed part of the CPA's continuing commitment to strengthening democratic institutions and promoting gender equality across the Commonwealth. It brought together speakers, parliamentarians, and experts from a wide range of jurisdictions to examine the growing threat of violence against women, particularly that which is facilitated or amplified through technology, social media, and institutional inaction. In my presentation, I highlighted that violence against women remains one of the most pervasive human rights challenges globally. I noted that facilitated forms of abuse whether through digital platforms, online harassment, or systems that fail to protect victims, present new and urgent challenges for lawmakers and governments alike. While acknowledging the progress made by some jurisdictions across the Commonwealth, I also reflected candidly that the Virgin Islands have not yet taken a fully proactive stance on this issue. We have laws that address certain forms of violence and abuse, but we have not sufficiently adapted our legislative and policy frameworks to respond to the new and complex ways in which violence is now being facilitated. This must change. As a territory that values democratic principles and the protection of human rights, we have a responsibility to act. We must strengthen our laws, expand public awareness, and ensure that victims are both protected and empowered to seek justice. The House of Assembly, as a people's institution, must take the lead in shaping a more responsive and gender-sensitive legislative agenda that recognizes the realities of modern forms of violence. I emphasize that parliaments have a critical role not only in enacting legislation, but also in setting the tone for respect, inclusion, and accountability across society. Our debates, policies, and oversight functions must reflect a clear commitment to eliminating all forms of violence, including those enabled by technology or institutional neglect. The discussion concluded with a shared understanding that small jurisdictions such as the Virgin Islands can make a meaningful impact by engaging in regional cooperation, drawing from the CPA's benchmarks for democratic legislatures, and investing in education, advocacy, and institutional reform. During my time in Barbados, I also had the pleasure of meeting with the Prime Minister of Barbados, excuse me, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley. Prime Minister Motley extended her warm regards to the people of the Virgin Islands and expressed her hope to visit our territory. In the near future to experience our beautiful islands firsthand and the warmth of our people. Prime Minister Motley also delivered the keynote address at the 3rd Emilia Manjoa Lifaka Lecture, which formed part of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference. Her address was both inspiring and thought-provoking, focusing on the role of parliaments in safeguarding democracy, promoting equity, and addressing the shared challenges faced by small island states. She spoke of the Commonwealth's duty to protect democratic integrity, confront global inequalities, and respond collectively to issues such as climate change, economic vulnerability, and social justice. Her message was a powerful reminder that effective leadership must be guided by empathy, accountability, and courage. She urged parliamentarians to view their work not only as a passage of laws, but as a moral duty to serve their people with integrity and compassion. For small territories like the Virgin Islands, her words resonated deeply, reinforcing the importance of principled leadership and regional solidarity in facing the challenges of our time. I was encouraged by the insights shared by colleagues throughout the Commonwealth and by the expressions of goodwill towards the Virgin Islands. I recognize that we now have both an opportunity and obligation to learn from these experiences and to strengthen our national response to the issues discussed. As Speaker, I remain committed to working with fellow legislators, community organizations, and international partners to develop a comprehensive and coordinated approach to addressing violence against women in all its forms. This commitment is not only moral responsibility, but also a reflection of the kind of society we aspire to build, one grounded in equality, dignity, justice, and respect for all. The second statement, honorable members of this House, to the people of the Virgin Islands. Speaker of the House of Assembly, I take this opportunity to address a matter of great national importance, the autonomy of this honorable House and the significance of the House of Assembly Management Bill 2025, which will receive its second and third reading in this sitting. An autonomous legislature is the foundation of every functioning democracy. It is within these chambers that the voice of the people finds expression, where laws are created and where government is held accountable. For this process to have true meaning, the legislature must be able to act independently, free from interference and guided only by the Constitution, the standing orders, and the will of the people. For many years, the operational and administrative framework of this House has relied on external mechanisms that were not fully aligned with the principles of legislative autonomy. The introduction of the House of Assembly Management Bill seeks to correct this. This bill represents not merely an administrative reform, but a clear statement of constitutional maturity and democratic progress. The bill establishes a well-defined governance structure that empowers the House to manage its own affairs, including staffing, budgeting, procedural integrity, and institutional development. It ensures that the House of Assembly has the necessary tools and authority to conduct its business with transparency, efficiency, and independence. An autonomous legislature best serves the people when it is properly resourced, effectively governed, and fully accountable to the citizens it represents. This bill ensures that those principles are not only upheld in practice, but also firmly enshrined in the law. Importantly, this initiative has not been undertaken in isolation. The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, of which this House is a proud member, has consistently advocated for strong, independent, and well-resourced legislators throughout the Commonwealth. The CPA's benchmark for democratic legislatures affirms that parliamentary independence is essential to the separation of powers and to the overall health of democracy. The CPA's technical guidance and capacity building support have strengthened our efforts to bring the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands in line with international standards of legislative governance. This bill, therefore, responds not only to local needs, but also aligns our institution with global best practices in parliamentary management, integrity, and accountability. Through the adoption of this framework, the Virgin Islands will join the many parliaments across the Commonwealth that have implemented reforms to strengthen institutional autonomy. This demonstrates to the world that our democracy continues to evolve and that we are committed to governance that is transparent, credible, and centered on the needs of the people. To the public, I say this: the autonomy of the House is not about separating the legislature from the people. Rather, it is about bringing the people closer to the center of governance. It ensures that your representatives duties with fair or favor, guided only by what is right and just. It ensures that your voices are heard clearly and acted upon with transparency and integrity. Honorable members, as this bill receives its second and third readings in this sitting, we must recognize this moment as a significant milestone in our journey toward good governance and institutional integrity. The House of Assembly Management Bill marks a new chapter in the growth of this institution. It strengthens democracy, enhances accountability, and deepens the trust of the people in their legislature. Let this moment remind us that democracy is not sustained by words alone, but by systems that guarantee balance, transparency, and independence. The passage of this bill would stand as a testament to our collective resolve to preserve those principles for generations to come. May this House continue to serve as a beacon of integrity, accountability, and people-centered governance in the Virgin Islands. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, statements by ministers.
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank you for those statements you just read. I'll say a little more about that during the debate. Madam Speaker, my first statement is on the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa and support for the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I rise to address this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands in the wake of Hurricane Melissa, which has passed through our region, leaving behind severe destruction, most notably across Jamaica. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the government and people of the Virgin Islands, I extend our deepest sympathy and solidarity to the government and people of Jamaica. We mourn with them for the lives lost, the homes destroyed, and the communities left reeling in the storm's aftermath. We in the Virgin Islands understand all too well the pain and uncertainty that come in the wake of such devastation. Having endured the catastrophic impacts of Hurricane Irma and Maria in 2017, we know the heartbreak of seeing homes reduced to rubble, infrastructure crippled, and lives uprooted overnight. Yet we also know the strength that rises from those ruins, the strength of people determined to rebuild, recover, and renew. It is with that shared experience and deep compassion that we stand shoulder to shoulder with our Jamaican brothers and sisters. Their struggle is our struggle. Their resilience is our inspiration. Madam Speaker, this morning I called the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, to commiserate as well as offer our thoughts, prayers, and well wishes for Jamaica's full recovery. The Prime Minister gave a brief assessment of the damage and expressed appreciation for the outpouring of support offered to Jamaica in their time of need. The government of the Virgin Islands has been in communication with regional partners and agencies to coordinate efforts. Tonight, I will attend a meeting of Jamaican residents in the Virgin Islands to collaborate on relief efforts. As Jamaica begins its recovery and reconstruction, I wish to assure this Honorable House and the public that the Virgin Islands will do its part to provide assistance where we are able. The spirit of regional solidarity, which defines us as a Caribbean people, compels us to extend a hand of support in this time of great need. I'm also pleased to confirm that our Virgin Islands students studying in Jamaica were safely evacuated to the Cayman Islands ahead of the storm. We remain deeply grateful to the Premier and the government of the Cayman Islands for their swift and compassionate assistance, which ensured the safety and welfare of our young people. Madam Speaker, in moments like these, we are reminded that our Caribbean bond is more than diplomatic, it is familial. We are one people, connected by shared history, shared struggles, and shared hope. As we continue to pray for Jamaica and all those affected by Hurricane Melissa, let us also renew our own commitment to preparedness, compassion, and unity across this region. May the people of Jamaica find comfort in knowing that the Virgin Islands stands with them in prayer, in empathy, and in steadfast support as they rebuild stronger than before. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on the constitutional negotiations with the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, I wish to update this Honorable House on the progress of the constitutional review process as we continue to take the necessary steps towards a new constitution. Madam Speaker, I first would like to again thank the Constitutional Review Commission for their report, whose findings and recommendations were debated during a recent sitting, as you will recall. I thank all members for their contributions. We subsequently went into committee stage, where each recommendation was discussed in fine detail to agree a negotiating position that will form the basis of constitutional talks between the Virgin Islands and the United Kingdom government. After robust discussion on our various viewpoints, we have broadly arrived at a negotiating position that reflects the collective will and aspirations of the people of the Virgin Islands. In summary, it is to become a more self-determined people. The negotiating terms we have agreed upon will be captured in a House of Assembly committee report that will be laid on the table at a subsequent sitting. Madam Speaker, in terms of immediate next steps, next month at the annual Joint Ministerial Council in London, I will hold bilateral talks with the UK Minister for the Overseas Territories, Honourable Stephen Doughty. Among other things, we will discuss a timeline for constitutional negotiations. I look forward to updating this Honourable House and the people of the Virgin Islands on my discussion with Minister Doughty on progressing constitutional reform. Madam Speaker, here at home, a negotiating team will be formed in the very near future to position us to begin the negotiation process in earnest. We continue to conduct this process transparently with a commitment to public consultation. Madam Speaker, I once again want to reiterate that as Premier of these Virgin Islands, I am committed to meeting our collective aspirations of becoming a more self-determined people and a model democracy. I will update this Honourable House again in due course. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on the Caribbean Tourism Organization's 11th Human Resources Conference held right here in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I rise to inform this Honourable House and the people of the Virgin Islands of a proud occasion for our territory, the hosting of the 11th Caribbean Tourism Organization's Human Resources Conference, held right here in Tortola under the theme, The Human Touch Point, Redefining HR Excellence in Caribbean Tourism. This conference brings together tourism professionals, policymakers, and innovators from across our region and beyond, all committed to strengthening the most essential foundation of our tourism industry, our people. Madam Speaker, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sustainable Development, the BVI Tourist Board, and the entire planning committee for their exceptional efforts in organizing this significant regional event. Their dedication and professionalism reflect the Virgin Islands' growing leadership in sustainable and people-centered tourism development. The chosen theme is both timely and meaningful. Tourism is often measured in terms of visitor arrivals and revenue. Still, its true strength lies in human connection, in the warmth, care, and authenticity that define us as Caribbean people. From the front desk agent who greets a guest with a smile, to the chef, the housekeeper, the tour guide, and the taxi driver. It is our people who make the Caribbean experience unforgettable. Madam Speaker, this conference reminds us that human resource development is not merely an administrative function, but the heartbeat of the tourism industry. By investing in leadership, training, wellness, and empowerment, we invest directly in the sustainability and excellence of our regional tourism product. Here in the Virgin Islands, hospitality is more than a service. It is a way of life. It is reflected in our culture, cuisine, music, and the natural warmth of our people. We are proud to welcome our regional and international guests to experience not only our scenic beauty, but also our spirit of community and belonging. As the Caribbean continues to compete and lead on the global tourism stage, we must remain focused on strengthening our most incredible resource, our people. By nurturing their skills, inspiring their confidence, and empowering them to lead, we secure the future of our industry and our region. Madam Speaker, this conference represents more than a professional gathering. It is a movement to reimagine human resources as a driving force for progress in the Caribbean tourism sector. On behalf of the government and people of the Virgin Islands, I extend best wishes for productive discussions, meaningful partnerships, and a lasting inspiration throughout this week. The Virgin Islands is honored to host this important regional event, and we look forward to the continued growth and collaboration it will inspire across our Caribbean family. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, my next statement is on the occasion of the 284 Excellence Film Festival. Madam Speaker, I rise to inform this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands of a proud milestone for our territory, the hosting of the very first 284 Excellence Film Festival, held under the theme, Uniting Creative Voices, Celebrating Caribbean Stories. This festival marks a significant milestone in our cultural and economic development. It demonstrates that the Virgin Islands is more than a destination of natural beauty. It is a place where creativity, innovation, and storytelling flourish. Madam Speaker, I must commend Ms. Natalie O'Hodge and her dedicated team in the Virgin Islands Film Commission for their remarkable work in bringing this vision to life. With limited resources but great passion, they have created a platform that shines a light on the artistic talent of our people and the wider Caribbean. The festival celebrates the power of film to connect and inspire, from local to regional to international filmmakers. Each production tells a story that captures the rhythm, spirit, and resilience of Caribbean life. It reminds us that our voices matter and that our stories deserve to be seen and heard across the world. Beyond its cultural significance, the festival also highlights new avenues for economic growth. The film industry has great potential to drive tourism, create jobs, and promote our islands globally. Every time a film is made in the Virgin Islands, it becomes a visual invitation for the world to experience our shores. Madam Speaker, I encourage our local creatives to continue pushing boundaries and pursuing excellence. The government will continue to support the development of the creative industries as a vital part of our national identity and economic future. On behalf of the government and people of the Virgin Islands, I extend gratitude to all who contributed to this successful and historic event. The 284 Excellence Film Festival is a proud step forward in showcasing the Virgin Islands as a home of creativity, culture, and opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my final statement is on the occasion of the first diplomatic week of the Virgin Islands. I rise to inform this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands of an essential milestone in our territory's development, the successful hosting of our first ever diplomatic week held from October 22nd to the 26th, 2025, under the inspiring theme, Island Shores to Global Doors. Madam Speaker, as a former educator, now engaged in the practice of diplomacy, I recognize Diplomatic Week as a vital opportunity to deepen public understanding of international relations, an area that, while often misunderstood, has a profound influence on our economy, governance, and future. International relations is the arena where ideas, interests, and identity converge. Every nation's progress is shaped by its relationships abroad, and the Virgin Islands is no exception. Our financial services industry, one of the two principal economic engines, depends on maintaining trusted relationships in London, Europe, and Asia, and Latin America. This reality reminds us of the essential role diplomacy plays in the success and sustainability of our economy. Madam Speaker, Diplomatic Week provides the Virgin Islands with a unique opportunity to reflect on our global connections, to recognize that diplomacy is not a distant or abstract concept, but a daily practice that helps us build partnerships, promote development, and safeguard our aspirations for greater self-determination. Throughout our history, the Virgin Islands has steadily strengthened its voice in the international space. From the reinstatement of the Legislative Council in 1950 to the 1967 Constitution Order, and through our membership in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and CARICOM, we have continually deepened our engagement within the region and beyond. Our establishment of the BVI London office, and more recently, the BVI Asia House, further demonstrates our growing confidence in representing our interests directly on the world stage. While our islands may be small in size, our reach, reputation, and relationships extend across continents. Madam Speaker, the 2025 Diplomatic Week commenced with an opening ceremony at Scrub Island, celebrating individuals who have made significant contributions to the field of diplomacy. During that ceremony, awards were presented to the following honorees: Dr. Sandra Besson, Ms. Tracy Bradshaw, Ms. Najan Christopher, Ms. Donnell Davis, Ms. Elise Donovan, Mr. Kedrick Malone, Ms. Sylvia Moses, Ms. Sherry Ortiz, Honorable Don Smith, Mrs. Hadassah Ward Fraser, Dr. Ricardo Wheatley. The highlight of the evening was a presentation of the Pioneer Award to Honorable Lorna Smith, OBE, in recognition of her outstanding and trailblazing contributions to diplomacy and international engagement on behalf of the Virgin Islands. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks and commendation to Ms. Donnell Davies, Acting Director of the International Affairs Secretariat, for her exemplary leadership and dedication in coordinating this historic week of activities. Her efforts, along with those of her capable team, ensured that the inaugural Diplomatic Week was executed with excellence and professionalism. Madam Speaker, diplomacy is ultimately about building bridges between nations, peoples, and possibilities. With pride and purpose, we have launched what will now be an annual initiative, one that will strengthen the Virgin Islands' voice in global affairs and inspire future generations to view diplomacy as a vital tool of nation building. From our island shores to global doors, we step forward with confidence, clarity, and conviction, representing not only who we are, but who we aspire to become on the world stage. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join the Premier in offering words of comfort to the people of Jamaica as they went through Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, my first statement, I am pleased to provide an update on the progress of the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport expansion project. Madam Speaker, in 2024, the BVI Airports Authority signed an agreement with KPMG, which emerged as the successful bidder through a competitive request for proposal process to develop a full business case in accordance with the United Kingdom's Treasury's Green Book guidelines. This ensures that international best practices guide the project and that it remains transparent, fiscally responsible, and focused on delivering lasting value for the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, to support this process, a steering committee was established, comprising professionals from key local sectors, including finance, aviation, the environment, tourism, and planning. The committee worked closely with KPMG, providing local insight and expertise to ensure that the business case accurately reflects the realities, opportunities, and priorities of the Virgin Islands. After months of analysis, technical work, and stakeholder consultations, I'm pleased to report that Cabinet has accepted and approve the recommendation of the outlined business case for the airport expansion project as of October 1st, 2025. Following a thorough review of the options presented, Cabinet endorsed a runway extension length of 7,000 feet as the most viable and beneficial option to meet our territory's aviation and economic needs. Madam Speaker, this decision represents a major step toward our vision for a modern, competitive, and globally connected Virgin Islands. A 7,000 feet runway will significantly enhance the territory's ability to accommodate larger, longer-range aircraft, enabling direct international flights from key global hubs in North America, Latin America, and possibly Europe. This improvement will reduce travel times, increase visitor convenience, and open new markets for tourism and business investment, positioning the Virgin Islands as a more accessible and attractive destination for travelers and investors alike. It will also create jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities for Virgin Islanders at all phases of this project. Additionally, Madam Speaker, a longer runway will improve aviation safety, fuel efficiency, and operational reliability, ensuring that the Virgin Islands remains a safe, dependable, and attractive destination for airlines and travelers alike. With the approval of the outlined business case, the focus now shifts to implementation. The steering committee is developing the framework and timeline for engaging a commercial entity to execute the project. These next steps include issuing an expression of interest to identify and shortlist qualified partners for the Cabinet's consideration and approval. This transparent, structured process will ensure that only reputable, experienced firms with proven capacity to deliver a project of this scale will move forward. The feedback from potential investors will also help refine the request for proposal, which is expected to be issued early 2026. Madam Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands continues its active engagement with the United Kingdom, emphasizing that the expansion of the Terence B. Lethem International Airport is not merely an infrastructure upgrade. It is a strategic investment in the territory's future. We have made it clear that this project should not be treated as borrowing under the protocols for effective financial management, but as a development investment that will yield significant long-term economic and social returns. Madam Speaker, the airport master plan has also been updated, reviewed, and accepted. This plan provides the framework to guide the facility's physical and operational development, ensuring the expansion is sustainable, efficient, and aligned with the territory's broader infrastructure and land use priorities. The government remains steadfast and transparent in its commitment to advancing this landmark project responsibly and in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. We will continue to provide regular updates as the project progresses through the next stages of development. Madam Speaker, the Terence B. Lethem International Airport expansion is more than an infrastructure project. It is a statement of confidence in our future. It embodies our collective determination to build a Virgin Islands that is globally connected, economically vibrant, and resilient for generations to come. Together, we are building the infrastructure that will propel the Virgin Islands into a new era of opportunity, prosperity, and pride. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to provide this update on the Terence B. Lethem International Airport. Madam Speaker, my next statement is regarding water as a national critical priority. Madam Speaker, on the 19th of June, I stood before the territory of the Virgin Islands to declare water a national critical priority and to share the government's commitment to addressing the decades-long challenges in our water system. I acknowledge then, as I do know, the hardship our people and businesses continue to face with unreliable supply. And I said that action and not words will follow. Madam Speaker, I wish to provide an update on the progress made since that declaration. Over the past 4 months, we have moved from the planning phase into implementation, advancing critical works to reduce water loss, strengthen our infrastructure, and lay the foundation for a reliable and sustainable water supply across the territory. As part of this effort, I previously informed the territory of our strategic partnership with Operators Without Borders. Since then, their team has completed an initial assessment of our water systems and delivered key recommendations to reduce non-revenue water, a major challenge we face. Operators Without Borders also deployed a specialized team to assist with the supervision and installation of high-density polyurethane lines along the Ridge Road on Tortola. Approximately 3,000 linear feet of HDPE pipes have been installed from the Diamond Pump Station to the Montessori School Gap. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that continuing works to upgrade the water distribution lines along the Ridge Road from Montessori School Gap all the way over to Chalwell Pump Station across the Rudy's continues as of today. Madam Speaker, furthermore, a second team is being assembled for deployment to the territory shortly. This team will assist in conducting a comprehensive hydrology study and provide additional training in leak detection and repair techniques to strengthen the Water and Sewage Department's capacity. These ongoing collaborative efforts mark another significant phase in modernizing the territory's water network and ensuring long-term reliability of our system. Progress and ongoing works. The Ministry of Communications, together with the Water and Sewage Department, is advancing a focused 12-month action plan to stabilize and strengthen the territory's water system. This plan is built around 5 core areas: infrastructure upgrades, system management, reservoir security, metering, public engagement, with several key milestones already achieved. Infrastructure and system upgrades. Replacement of approximately 5,800 feet of 6-inch HDPE pipe with 12-inch pipe at the Diamond Estate, as I mentioned, is underway to increase flow capacity and increase pressure management and improve pressure management. As mentioned above, approximately 3,000 feet has already been installed. The Shirley Land and Long Trench booster pump is being recommissioned to enhance water distribution across the ridge. Orders have been placed for critical components, including pumps, pressure-reducing valves, and fittings to replace outdated and inoperable units across the network. Reservoir security and site accessibility. Comprehensive assessments of all reservoirs have been completed, with fencing, cleaning, and security upgrades underway or awaiting final signatures for these work, and they include Longbush, Hodges Creek, Carrot Bay, and Zion Hill. Access road improvements are ongoing at Hannah Hill, Fort Hill, Longbush, and other key sites. Installation of lighting, surveillance cameras, and secure gates is in progress at multiple reservoirs, including Zion Hill, Carrot Bay, Fort Hill, and Sabbath Hill. System monitoring and control. A modern SCADA system is being implemented to allow for real-time remote electronic monitoring of reservoirs and critical infrastructure. Interim pressure management and system stabilization measures are being introduced to improve consistency in water delivery across the territory. Metering and network expansion. a significant order for new water meters have been placed, with an additional 2,000 meters and fittings to follow. This will ensure every connection is accurately metered and billed, helping to reduce non-revenue water. Engineering designs are progressing for extension into underserved communities, including Romney Park, Zion Hill, Carrot Bay, to Stout Lookout, Primrose Garden, and areas of Virgin Gorda. Asset mapping and system review. A comprehensive digital inventory of all water infrastructure is being developed, including pipelines, valves, and pumps. This effort will update the territory's GIS maps and digitize historical records for better planning and efficiency. A full hydraulic review of the distribution network is being commissioned to identify priority areas for future development and system optimization. Transparency and commitment. Madam Speaker, I must be transparent with the people of the Virgin Islands. The consistent and reliable water supply we all desire will not be immediate. The system we are rebuilding has suffered from decades of underinvestment and degradation. Replacing and modernizing these critical components takes time due to procurement, shipping, and installation requirements. The recent assessments of our water infrastructure found that many components are inoperable and must be replaced. These include pump stations, pumps, pressure valves, and other critical fittings and fixtures essential for maintaining steady water flow and pressure. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Communications and Works has already placed orders for these replacement components, and we are awaiting their arrival on island. Once received, installation and repair works will begin immediately. Of the 25 pressure-reducing valves currently installed, only 14 are operational. Of the 19 pump stations, only 8 are functioning. This underscores the scale of the challenge we face. Madam Speaker, due to the long lead time for the procurement and shipping of these specialized parts, delays are expected. Additionally, leak detection work cannot begin in full until these components are received, as leaks must be repaired immediately once identified to prevent future leaks and water loss. In the meantime, we are aggressively advancing work on reservoirs across the territory to ensure that they are ready to store and distribute water efficiently once system upgrades are completed. Madam Speaker, our assessment also uncovered troubling evidence of persons illegally accessing water from the system. And I am once again appealing to those individuals who know who they are to visit the Water and Sewage Department to regularize their water connections. Illegal connections undermine billing fairness and contribute significantly to water loss and pressure issues. The ministry remains unwavering in its commitment to this comprehensive overhaul. These coordinated actions are more than infrastructure improvements. They represent a decisive investment into the territory's future. Madam Speaker, water is a national priority, fundamental to our health, our economy, and our way of life. By investing in our systems today, we are securing the well-being of our communities, strengthening our resilience for tomorrow, and ensuring that every Virgin Islander can rely on this most essential resource. Together, we are building not just pipes and reservoirs, but a stronger, more sustainable Virgin Islands for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Any other member? I recognize the Minister for Health, Honorable Vincent Whitley.
But it's outside. Can I go and get it? I shall proceed with my statement. Madam Speaker, I wish to report on the handover ceremony for the OECS Direct Relief Funded project that happened just this morning. So, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to inform this Honourable House of the successful completion of the OECS Direct Relief Funded project, Virgin Islands Standby Power for Public Healthcare Infrastructure, Cold Chain Strengthening and Oxygen Redundancy. This initiative, valued at $250,000 US, represents yet another meaningful step towards strengthening the resilience and reliability of our public health system. Through this project, we have bolstered our capacity to safeguard essential healthcare services, particularly in times of crisis. Madam Speaker, in addition, the installation of the oxygen generator system provides the BVA Health Services Authority with a sustainable, cost-effective solution that reduces dependence on external oxygen suppliers, while also creating new opportunities for revenue generation in support of our broader healthcare goals. The installation of a new oxygen concentration system, pharmacy-grade refrigerator, and standby generators across key public health facilities ensures that our health services can continue uninterrupted, even in the face of natural disasters or unexpected power disruptions. These upgrades not only improve day-to-day operations, but also enhance our readiness and ability to respond effectively during emergencies. These are lessons learned from our experiences with the hurricanes of 2017 and the COVID-19 pandemic. Together, these investments ensure business continuity, safer medicines, reliable oxygen, and improved preparedness each hurricane season. And as Speaker, the Virgin Islands, like many small island developing states, faces ongoing challenges from climate change, natural disasters, and other external shocks. Investments like this one demonstrate that resilience is built not only through large-scale infrastructure projects, but also through targeted, practical interventions that ensure continuity of care and the protection of the most vulnerable among us. Madam Speaker, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the OECS Commission for mobilizing and coordinating the full regional envelope valued at $3 million US, and for their steadfast technical guidance throughout the delivery of this project. I also wish to thank Direct Relief for their consistent support to the Virgin Islands, from post-hurricane assistance with medical supplies to investments in cold chain and oxygen infrastructure, which have helped to keep healthcare accessible in our communities. I wish to commend both the Recovery and Development Agency and the contractor, Mr. Cleve George, for their professional coordination and commitment to excellence, which has made the commissioning of these critical assets possible. Madam Speaker, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the government of the Virgin Islands, whose own investment and supplementary support helped to ensure the full implementation of this project. While a core funding was provided under the OECS Direct Relief Partnership, the government's contribution made it possible to deliver key complementary works, including the construction of the housing facility for the oxygen concentration system, and to address areas where the project budget could not be stretched any further. This collaboration reflects our government's ongoing commitment to building resilient health infrastructure and ensuring that critical investments such as this are completed to the highest standard for the lasting benefit of all people. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to express my appreciation to the teams at the Ministry of Health and Social Development and the BVA Health Services Authority for their hard work in managing implementation and logistics, and for their dedication in bringing this project to fruition. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that a standby power systems at our community clinics. The pharmacy cold chain upgrade is at the Rosalind Penn Community Clinic in Longlook, and the medical oxygen concentration and filling system for the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital were commissioned today. May these assets serve our clinicians and communities faithfully, keeping services running, medicine safe, and oxygen available, especially when we need them most. Throughout our partnerships, we are laying the foundation for a health system that is more reliable, sustainable, and capable of serving our people, both in good and in challenging times. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Members, I just wish to note for the record that I have received notice from the Minister for Education in relation to her duty travel. So please let the record reflect that she's currently on duty travel. I call on the clerk.
Item number 6, presentation of papers. Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 8.2, Roman numeral 2, on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call upon the Minister for Communications and Works to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 8.2, Roman numerals 1, on the order of the day.
I call on the member for the 3rd District to give notice.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8.1.1 on the order of the day.
I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business. 1, private members' business.
I call upon the member for the 3rd District to move the motion.
Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled House of Assembly Management Bill 2025 be now read a second time.
Madam Speaker.
One moment, Honorable, sorry.
I will now read the objects and reason, Madam Speaker, for the bill. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to provide for the establishment of the House of Assembly Commission, hereinafter referred to as the Commission. The bill further seeks to enhance the effective performance of the House of Assembly as established in Chapter 5 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, to adopt the Commonwealth Latimer House principle on the 3 branches of government in the Act, including Principle 3, which provides for the independence of parliamentarians. Principle 3 provides that parliamentarians must be able to carry out their legislative and constitutional functions in accordance with the Constitution, free from unlawful interference. The bill contains 7 parts and 36 clauses, which are elaborated in the following paragraphs. Part 1, preliminary, contains 3 clauses. Clause 1 would provide for the short title and commencement of the Act. It is proposed that the Act shall come into force on a date the member appoints by notice published in the Gazette. Clause 2 would provide for interpretation and terms of use in the Act. Clause 3 would provide that the Act binds the Crown. Part 2, House of Assembly Management Commission, contains 8 clauses. Clause 4 would provide for the establishment of the Commission as a body corporate. Clause 5 provides for the governing body of the Commission, that is to say, a council, and the composition of the council, which includes the Speaker, the Premier, and the Leader of the Opposition, among others. Clause 6 would provide for the circumstances under which a member of the council may vacate office of member of the council. Clause 7 would provide for removal of members. Clause 8 would provide for the meetings and decision-making procedure of the council, as well as the quorum at the meeting of the council. What, 7? Clause 7 would provide for the removal of members. I just read it. Clause 8 would provide for the meetings and decision-making procedure of the council, as well as a quorum of a meeting of the council. I just read that. The numbers I'm looking at here, it says Clause 9 would provide for the circumstances under which a member of the council must declare conflict of pecuniary interest in matters including contracts or proposed contracts. Yes, Lord. Yeah, I can't read this. The numbers are different? Clause 10 would illustrate the circumstances under which a member would be considered to have a conflict of pecuniary interest. Clause 11 would empower the House of Assembly to make acting appointments where substantive members of the council are unable to attend meetings of the council. Part 3 Part 3, functions of the council, contains 3 clauses. Clause 12 would provide for the functions of the commission, which include responsibility for financial and operational matters relating to the House of Assembly, preparation of the budgets and financial and operational reports, and providing advice of parliamentary procedures of the House of Assembly. Clause 13 would provide for the delegation of the powers of the council, and Clause 14 would provide for the limitation of the commission, namely that the Act does not authorize the commission to assume the powers of the House of Assembly. Part 4, staffing arrangements of the commission, contains 6 clauses. Clause 15 would provide for the structure of the commission, which the council would prescribe by order. Clause 16 would provide for the clerk and their role. Clause 17 would provide for the duties and responsibilities of the clerk. Clause 18 would provide for the delegation of functions of the clerk to any officer in the commission. Clause 19 would provide for the power of the council to appoint officers to carry out the functions of the commission. Clause 20 would provide for the establishment of a staff performance appraisal system. Part 4, discipline and grievance, contains 2 clauses. Clause 21 would provide for the exercise by the Council of Discipline control over officers and employees of the Commission and the disciplinary proceedings established under the Labor Code 2010. Clause 22 would empower the Council to make rules and establish procedures for addressing grievances of officers and employees. Part 6, Financial Matters, contains 7 clauses. Clause 23 would provide for the power of the Commission to determine its budget and to consult with the authority on the amounts to be appropriated. Clause 24 would provide for the establishment of independent committees to set the salaries, allowances, and benefit of members of the House of Assembly. Clause 25 would provide for the appointment of the Chief Financial Officer by the authority as the accounting officer of the House of Assembly. Clause 26 would provide for the deposit of all fees and payments for the services rendered by the Commission into the fund. And Clause 27 would require the Commission to keep proper accounts of its financial transactions. Clause 28 would provide that expenses of the Commission would be paid out of the fund. Clause 29 would empower the Commission to raise revenue from sources such as international donors. Part 7, Miscellaneous, contains 7 clauses. Clause 30 would provide for protection of members of the Council and officers and employees of the Commission for acts done in good faith. Clause 31 would provide for the indemnification of members of the Council against all claims, charges, or damages incurred in the performance of the functions of members. Clause 32 would provide for matters of confidentiality regarding any information relating to the Commission. Clause 33 would provide for the transition of public officers to officers and employees of the Commission. Clause 34 would obligate the Commission by resolution of the House of Assembly to make available the annual reports and audited accounts of the Commission to the public. Clause 35 would empower the Council to make rules regulating the internal procedures of the Council. And Clause 36 would empower the company in consultation with Council to make regulations for the better carrying into effect the provisions of this Act. Madam Speaker, as you have alluded to earlier, this bill, which seeks to establish the House of Assembly Management Commission, it states, Madam Speaker, there is established by this Act a body corporate to be known as the House of Assembly Management Commission, hereinafter referred to as the Commission. The Commission, Madam Speaker, is outside the jurisdiction of the Executive, the Public Service, and the Public Service Commission. We are hoping today, Madam Speaker, to pass this piece of legislation in this House of Assembly. And by the time we have finished that, there will be labels attached to the significance, Madam Speaker, of what this means to persons who have been integral in the development of the legislation, to persons who have been integral in the development of the process in bringing us here to this place. Madam Speaker, there will be no doubt in our minds as to the differences that will be made, not simply through the passage of this legislation, but the process that this House will go through, the transformation of the House, Madam Speaker. There is no question of the work that went into bringing us to the point where we're at. It was psychological. A lot of it was. And it was a determination, Madam Speaker, a lot of it was. Members of this House have gotten together from across the aisle, whether opposition or government. We have traveled to places like the United Kingdom, where the model that we follow sits, the Westminster system of parliamentary democracy. We've traveled there. We've spoken to members of the House of Commons. We've spoken to members of the House of Lords to see how their system works. You, Madam Speaker, has led, I know of one delegation you led there. And I've been there before with another speaker, with a delegation led by him, all geared towards taking us to the point or the place, taking us to the place where we expect to be when this piece of legislation is passed. It is not the easiest thing to convince the person on the street as to what we are doing and as to what will be achieved when we are done. But suffice it to say that given that you have 15 representatives in this House, and bar none, Madam Speaker, I can say that they're all lock, stock in the outcome of this piece of legislation and what it's going to produce when it's done. And given that you have 15 representatives in here, and they're all lock, stock, you can be assured that we're moving towards something better than we have today. Building, Madam Speaker, on 75 years of legacy from the time this whole thing started in 1950 until now. This, I think, is a fitting culmination of those 75 years. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that you are at the forefront, fully supportive. I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that the Premier is at the forefront, fully supportive. I can safely say that the Leader of the Opposition is at the forefront and fully supportive. And all the members in this House, even those who may not be here right now, are fully supportive of the step that is being taken right now, Madam Speaker, with the passage of this piece of legislation. There are a whole lot of steps that is going to take place, things that are going to change. It's the most significant part of it, Madam Speaker, is that this House, for the first time, is taking its destiny into its own hands. No more, Madam Speaker, will you have to be relying on what downtown says, when downtown says it, and how downtown says it. When we are done here today, Madam Speaker, and in the weeks to come, maybe the months to come, most notably, Madam Speaker, the next House, I should say, their destiny will be in their hands. The three branches of government will still stand, as the Constitution will indicate, has indicated, it does indicate, it will still stand. All three branches will be separate. We used to go separate and independent. We're independent from each other, but we were not independent of the system. That's where we're going now, Madam Speaker. To ease the minds of many people out there who might be thinking something that here we go, there they go. The Parliament of the United Kingdom, Madam Speaker, is independent. Their system is the system that we are following. Parliaments across the Commonwealth who are not there yet are moving in that direction. Again, Madam Speaker, I think that for the time you've been with us, you've attended every CPA, annual CPA, that's Commonwealth Parliamentary Association conferences. I think you have. I've been there with you on some of those. And probably the only ones that you couldn't go to, or you didn't go to, are the ones that you couldn't go to because they never had them. That's after COVID and maybe during the time of after COVID. So these are the results of participating in those international forums. That's what happens, Madam Speaker. So we can comfortably, with confidence move into that space that this piece of legislation supports. Madam Speaker, I would read some of the functions of the Commission. The functions of the Commission in Part 3 of the bill, it says, 12.1, the Commission is responsible for the administration and management of the House of Assembly. You would ask the question, well, how did we function for 75 years without the Commission? Well, that's what I'm talking about when I mention the independence of the House. Yes, Madam Speaker, the administration and management of the House of Assembly was taking place, but it wasn't done by the House itself as an independent body. Now it will be done by the House itself as an independent body. Without prejudice to the provisions of subsection 1, the Commission is responsible for A, the budgetary, financial, and operational matters relating to the House of Assembly. No longer, Madam Speaker, will you be sitting in standing finance, begging the Minister of Finance for a buck. So you would have financial independence, Madam Speaker. And that independence, we will assure the public, someone will assure the public that it will be managed and managed prudently. And I dare say, Madam Speaker, that a series of other legislation that this House has passed governing the operation and behavior of this House comes into play with this independence. We are not, we were cautious and judicious enough to know that with responsibility, with independence comes responsibility. And we made sure that we put in place all the legislation that is necessary to govern the behavior and the operation of the House of Assembly. B, establishing the executive, management, and administrative structure of the Commission for the necessary discharge of its functions. C, preparing regular budget and financial and operational reports for submission to the House of Assembly. Yes, Madam Speaker, the Commission will do that, prepare the budget, financial reports, and we're not going away. The House of Assembly is not going away, Madam Speaker. When those reports come to the House of Assembly, they'll be laid on the table, they'll be debated, and the public will know what the House of Assembly is doing. D, providing clerical staff and other staff to enable the House of Assembly and its committees to operate efficiently. Yes, Madam Speaker, in order for the committees of the House to function, the House has to be properly staffed. No longer would you have to sit there and ask human resources for a body, for someone, and more times than none, you don't get it. And if you get someone, it's someone of their choosing, most of them of yours, because you don't get to handpick your staff. You might have a preference. You might be lucky to get who you want, but it will be different now. And yes, to the public, it would not be a situation of nepotism because this commission is well structured and is structured in accordance with legislation, Madam Speaker. So there's no need for anyone to believe that we, all 15 of us, going to get off in a little circle and decide who's going to work where, how, and for how long, and for how much money and all that stuff. We're still working within the framework of a structure. F, providing accurate and efficient reporting of proceedings of the House of Assembly and of meetings of its committees as required. Those will be done in accordance with the standing orders, Madam Speaker. Standing orders which is constitutionally prepared by the House of Assembly. The standing orders outline all the things that has to be done and how it gets done. G, providing adequate library and research facilities and services for members of the House of Assembly. We welcome that. H, providing security services within the sittings and precincts of the House of Assembly for the staff, orderly and efficient conduct for the business of the House of Assembly. Yes, Madam Speaker. Security for the precincts. If you look around the House right now, you don't see anyone. That will change. All the members could then point fingers at the Speaker and make sure that change at the time. H, that's providing security. H. I, engaging in revenue earning activities. J, maintaining the House of Assembly precincts. K, subject to this act, making such rules, policies, and operating procedures as necessary to regulate its own internal management. L, providing administrative and supportive services to the members of the House of Assembly and any of its committees to ensure the full and efficient and effective exercise of the functions of the House of Assembly. M, promoting the welfare of members of the House of Assembly and officers and employees and the dignity of the House of Assembly. And N, providing any other services as determined by the House of Assembly by resolution. A copy of the rules made under subsection 1K shall be laid before the House of Assembly and shall be subject to affirmative resolution. So, Madam Speaker, all the rules that the Commission will make must be adopted by the House. That's when I say it will be laid on the table and subject to an affirmative resolution. And that's public. That will be public. The delegation of powers, Madam Speaker, I would read 13.1, subject to this act, the Council may delegate A, to the Speaker or the Clerk, or B, a committee appointed by the Council, any of the functions of the Commission under this act, except the power to delegate, the power of delegation conferred by this section. 2, every delegation under this section shall be in writing and shall be revocable by the Council, but no such delegation shall prevent the Council from exercising the power so delegated. And the limitation of the Council, Madam Speaker, under 14, for the avoidance of doubt, this act does not authorize the Commission to assume any of the powers of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly will be operating under the Constitution and the standing orders, and the Commission has no reach, absolutely, into that area. So all duties in this House will continue as they are. because they're not going to be impacted by that independence that we talk about. Madam Speaker, on 17, it speaks to the duties and responsibilities of the clerk. And it says 17.1, the clerk is, as directed by the council, responsible for the day-to-day management of officers and employees of the commission. Now, 2, Madam Speaker, the clerk shall, in addition to the duties under subsection 1, undertake the following duties. And A says, under the direction of the Speaker, manage and coordinate all arrangements for the holding of sittings and other meetings and official functions of the House of Assembly, and conduct the House of Assembly the House of Assembly business in accordance with the Constitution and standing orders. Advise the Speaker on matters relating to the interpretation of the standing orders and procedures in the House. Madam Speaker, I think that this particular section here, I don't intend to speak to certain parts of the bill, but I would just mention this, Madam Speaker. This particular section on the duties of the clerk, we have to examine that because they fall squarely within the standing orders, which this piece of legislation should not be venturing into as far as outlining those duties. Delegation, that's section 18, delegation by the clerk, that's good. Discipline and grievances is part 5. Part 6, financial matters. This is 23.1, financial independence of the Commission. 23.1, the Commission shall determine its budget in accordance with subsection 2. The Commission shall, with the prior approval of the House of Assembly, consult. There are certain words in here, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't call because we'll change them in committee. And I think that would suffice. It would suffice to do it there. Fees paid into the consolidated fund, that's not right. Consolidated fund. So, Madam Speaker, as far as my observation and on the bill itself, I would reserve my input to the committee stage. I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I'll just make my brief contribution while I'm on my feet. Madam Speaker, I first want to state that I rise in support of this House of Assembly Management Bill, and as you, in your earlier statement, mentioned, the importance of this bill. And Madam Speaker, as the member for the 3rd Deputy Premier mentioned, that it's hopeful that the entire House will support this bill. This is not basically an administrative update per se, Madam Speaker, but it's a decisive step in our governance. It's a decisive step in our evolving journey of our democracy. It's about modernizing at the very heart of our governance to ensure that it's fit for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. But as Speaker, to grasp the weight of this moment for me, I think we need to pay homage, and we must recognize how we got here. It was mentioned that it was in 1950 with the restoration of the Legislative Council at that time, the restoration. And Madam Speaker, I being in this house, I've spoken, I've referred or I've reflected on what it was like then for those first elected, those first members. You know, we call them our political forefathers. As they stood in the house on that Restoration Day. And we know that, they operated with limited powers. We were still basically within the colonial framework. But I think their vision at that time was limitless. They were basically laying the foundation upon which everything is being built on and where we are today. And I would say that journey to self-determination, I mean, we still have a long way to go, but I would say it started during that time. We moved through the introduction of ministerial government, and, we've gone through different iterations of constitutional reform. And with our latest and most advanced constitution of 2007, I know we are going through that process where we continue to modernize and to modernize our constitution. But each of these steps, I would say, were hard won. Each, was an advancement by the courage and the vision of the honorable members that sat in these chambers over those decades. So we stand today as the beneficiaries of their legacies, and we must acknowledge them and, the path that they took. But, Madam Speaker, today we are debating this bill, and we knew that there was a little flaw in terms of the way the Constitution was written. While we've taken strides to strengthen the independence or to separate the branches of government, the legislature still remains somewhat tied to the executive in its daily administration. And when you look at the judiciary, another branch of government, they have made significant strides. I think the judges are appointed to the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. And, I think this helped to keep the branches a bit separate. And this is where we're going today in terms of this bill. So, Madam Speaker, we, as mentioned earlier, we have traveled and we've seen what is taking place in the UK. And, we've now taken this monumental step. And I applaud you, Madam Speaker, for being forthright in terms of getting this bill here. I mean, we've had much discussion, we've learned from others, but we're here now today to advance ours. And, we have learned also, like I mentioned, a proven model. That's in the United Kingdom. Their House of Commons Commission is a statutory body, just like what we are trying to achieve, that is responsible for the administration of their parliament. It manages its own budget, it employs its own staff, and it's separate from the government civil servant. So this separation is at the core, is like the core of the United Kingdom, the UK's parliament, their ability to hold the government of the day to account. And this is regardless of which party is in power. To some, it's the gold standard. So I would say we have adopted that gold standard. So we've sought to establish an independent administration for our House of Assembly. And as we go through the bill in the committee stage, we will see how comprehensive and robust it is. It will complete a fundamental structure for our modern democracy by as I mentioned, ensuring the branches of government, the 3 branches, they have a clear and legal space to operate in. The bill, section 4.3, it states that the commission is outside the jurisdiction of the executive, the public service, and the Public Service Commission. And this is all legislative declaration for basic independence, mirroring the principles of the House of Commons, their commission. Madam Speaker, the composition of this, the council is outlined in section 5 and is a model of intelligent, inclusive government, like its UK's counterpart. It brings together representatives from all sides of the House. It includes non-political independent members appointed on merit. This ensures that the management of this House is guided by the long-term interests of the institution itself. Furthermore, in section 13, it provides a critical safeguard. It wisely limits the powers of the Commission, ensuring it cannot interfere with the procedural operations and business of the House. The Commission manages the administration. The elected members control the democracy there. Madam Speaker, what would be the benefit to the people of the Virgin Islands with this bill? To me, I say it builds a stronger, more independently managed legislature. You would probably have better scrutiny where it enables more oversight of public spending. I think you would get better laws, not to say that the laws that we bring here is not good, but it provides members with additional resources where you can, enhance research, where you can do more thorough research of the legislation. I think it brings stronger representation because it ensures that members have the professional, the impartial support that they would need to represent all our constituents. And I don't think this weakens the executive none. I mean, I've heard the member spoke about how we, during standing finance, should be begging for money. I don't think it weakens the executive. I think it creates for a well-scrutinized to make government, form of government in terms of managing its own affairs. And I think the bills basically strengthens the entire system, leading to better outcomes and eventually greater public trust for all. So, Madam Speaker, like I mentioned, this journey to modernizing our House of Assembly, it started in 1950, and we've seen, as I mentioned, the iterations of the Constitution, but it's a continuous process. And I think this bill is courageous, Madam Speaker, and I think it's a necessary stride to the path forward for us. And it also honors the struggles of those members from 1950. And I think with this bill, it will give this House the autonomy that we've longed for, and the independence for this House of Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, again, I support this bill. I second this motion. And, I look forward to the committee stage where we'll go through the bill line by line, where I'm sure we will make any adjustment necessary to make sure that we have a proper functional bill for this House. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, Premier. Let me just say the floor is now open for debate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, I want to say congratulations. I know that this is something that you personally have been passionate about. The Deputy Premier got up and he recognized those who were in favor, but he left out himself. So I want to also acknowledge the Deputy Premier and other members, of course, who have been supportive of this general push, Madam Speaker. But let me say this, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to be associated with this House and also the last House, Madam Speaker, over which you presided. This has been a period of reform. It has been a period of modernization. And I don't think that we can take it for granted that we have a young, dynamic speaker, intelligent, forward-thinking, a critical thinker, who is leading the way as it pertains to modernization of the House of Assembly. And is doing so with the support, and doing so with strong support. And I point to my colleague on the right, who perhaps might be one of your biggest cheerleaders, Madam Speaker. But as the senior member of the House, one who has served in this legislature for the most years among us, and among members who would have served the longest in the history of the legislature, with only a few exceptions serving more than the member, I would say that I'm proud. I'm proud to be associated with this House. And the member to my right has, along with yourself, Madam Speaker, championed the cause for the independence of the House of Assembly and the modernization of our practices and our procedures. And Madam Speaker, this is an act of self-determination. Let me say that. Because we look at how parliaments function in various places in the world, including the United Kingdom. And then sometimes in a colonial context, we accept the fact that things are not being done the way that it should be done, the way that it's reflected in other places. We accept that. But this House has not accepted that, Madam Speaker. We say that we will properly have separation of powers. We have, for many years, a legislature who was not properly able to manage the affairs of those who worked for the legislature. Not properly able to manage your HR matters, the management of your assets, including the physical space within which we sit. We are subject to the procedures of a centralized financial system of our central government, which may not allow you to be as nimble as you would like, move as quickly as you would like, and of course subject to some of the bureaucracy that hinders government generally. So this is a bold move, in line with the other bold moves that we have made, such as when this House was being subjected to an integrity commission that would have regulated or sought to supervise the behavior of members along with the executive. And we said no. As an independent, codependent branch of government, we say no. The House of Assembly, the legislative branch, will have its commission of standards, who will be responsible for the discipline of the members for any matters of misbehavior, misconduct, or not abiding by the code of standards that which we have established for ourselves. It's a bold step, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to say congratulations and recognize your efforts. It will be a part of your legacy and the lasting legacy of this House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I don't have too much more to say about it. Of course, the bill itself, I believe we've done a good job in establishing the functions of the council, the functions of the commission. Madam Speaker, I will say that there's a particular clause that we have to pay attention to, where it says that where the council, in a sense, puts forward a proposal and a figure to be appropriated to Cabinet, it says that the House of Assembly shall appropriate that amount. I just think we have to pay attention to that, because I don't think we can have a council binding the power of the members of the House in line with their parliamentary obligations to be able to appropriate. You know, and that's also consistent with Financial Management Act. The role of the House of Assembly in being able to appropriate as they see fit and deem fit. So I think we have to pay attention to that in committee stage. And the members of the House and Standing Finance Committee might decide you've been a little bit too frugal. And they might say, well, Madam Speaker, as reasonable as you are, we perhaps think that you should have a higher figure here or there. Madam Speaker, I'll also say, I believe we've made provision for it in the bill, but we should just pay attention to the whole concept of pension. Make sure that we have the language exactly right. Because when we transitioned from central government to the Health Services Authority, we didn't quite handle that quite right. And even today we have persons who are aggrieved by situations as a transition from when, you know, the hospital sat under central government and then went to a statutory board. And perhaps there are even others who have been disadvantaged somewhat when they have gone to a statutory board. So we don't want those who are employed by the commission to be disadvantaged in any way. So it's something that we have to pay particular attention to. And Madam Speaker, as well, in line with the Public Procurement Act, we may want to consider what we have to say about procurement. The Public Procurement Act, of course, mandates that statutory boards either adopt the Public Procurement Act or comes up with something which is equivalent. And I know statutory boards may want to come up with something unique, specific to your particular needs, and something that we would pass in this House of Assembly. For instance, I know we've had some challenges over the weeks and months with broadcasting, and whether the Public Procurement Act is fit for purpose as it pertains to things like how we broadcast, etc. Madam Speaker, I'm very much looking forward to further modernization of this institution. I'm looking forward for us having a new House of Assembly building, and I think that would go very well with your trend of modernization, Madam Speaker. And I know that you're also very keen for us to be able to acquire some land for that purpose, and I'm pleased that the Act made provision for, and we just need to examine the language and make sure the language is fit for purpose, for assets from central government to be transferred to the Commission. Madam Speaker, I'll just close off by saying, from a constitutional standpoint, we also have to make sure that the judiciary has proper independence and separation of powers. We would know that right now, the administration of the courts sits under the governor. And the question is, we've just, in essence, brought the administration squarely under the legislature. And we know we have the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and our court system for the OECS. And we have discussed the magistracy coming under the auspices of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, which would be in line with separation of powers, proper independence of the judiciary. So that is something which is outstanding, and we hope that the United Kingdom would agree that this is something that must change as we seek to negotiate a new constitution. Madam Speaker, well done. Deputy Premier, well done. Members of the House, well done in bringing this bill to the House of Assembly, to getting us to this point. And I very much look forward, Madam Speaker, to going through the bill in committee stage and making sure we get it exactly right and sending this bill to the governor for assent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I now recognize a member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my unwavering support to this House of Assembly Management Bill 2025. And before I go any further, Madam Speaker, please allow me to begin with honor and gratitude that is required for such a debate. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge you, the Honorable Corinne George Massicott, for your steady hand and courage and your grace under pressure. Madam Speaker, you assumed this chair at what I would believe and consider one of the most turbulent and uncertain moments in our history. In 2022, after the arrest of the former sitting premier, following the resignation of a former speaker, and under the looming threat of the suspension of our very Constitution. Madam Speaker, you walk into a storm, I believe uncertain of what may be the result of that storm, as many of us had. But you remain calm, you remain professional, and you had a dedicated and unwavering sense of duty. Today's bill before us, House of Assembly Management Bill 2025, stands as a testament to not only your leadership and your belief in the people's house, but is also a testament that
this House of Assembly, as I've been hearing for the years that I've been here, should be able to stand on its own 2 feet. And Madam Speaker, again, I give you the recognition that you rightfully deserve as the member for the 3rd and Deputy Premier stated, and I have to acknowledge that the bill was moved by the member for the 3rd District. Because when we are elected, we are elected as members to this honorable house. I pay attention to certain things. But the member for the 3rd District, be it serves as the Deputy Premier and the senior member of this honorable house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to recognize the Attorney General's chambers, the clerk, and the staff of this honorable house, and the members of this 5th House of Assembly, who some have already given their contributions and some will also give their contributions and go through this piece of legislation clause by clause until it is enacted and assented to. I extend thanks to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and the different branches of regions within the legislation that we would have met over the years, for the UK branches, whose model legislation and expert guidance helped to shape this measure. And to all, Madam Speaker, who labored to bring this bill to life, I want to say thank you. I want to say, especially, Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Premier just did, I want to recognize the Honorable Member for the 3rd now. I'm talking to the Honorable Julian Fraser, because when I came into this house, he with some other members, as a young and first-time elected member, would talk about what this house should be. And Madam Speaker, I took it as a challenge, because when I would talk to the Honorable Fraser and Honorable Skelton and even Dr. Smith as the senior members in the house, they would say, well, we expect this to happen and that to happen, but you're young, you take it forward. And I took it as a challenge, Madam Speaker, because I believe I understood what they were saying. But one of the things that I can say without fear of being contradicted is the member for the 3rd, because he is good at what he does, has been re-elected for the 3 terms that I've been here. And he has not only spoken about what he wanted to see, Madam Speaker, but he also ensured that he was present and participating in the education process in terms of what needed to happen, understanding the different procedures, and he helped guide this entire charge. And Madam Speaker, I want to give and pay homage to the member for the 3rd District. We traveled first, I think the first of first was our Uganda mission, then to the UK in 2019, and then back again with the current Honorable Speaker now to the UK, where we sat with the Speaker of the House of Commons and met with other parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, in those journeys, I recalled it in this Honorable House before. Those trips for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I recall when we were in Ghana, in Accra, Ghana, the leaders of the delegation were yourself and or delegates, were yourself and the same member for the 3rd District. And I remember every time Honorable Fraser and I would meet up and discuss which session we're going to, the question was, have you seen the Honorable Speaker? And we would look at each other and say, yeah, I see I'm going somewhere with somebody. We ain't sure where she was going.
But what we realize is, Madam Speaker, you are on a hot pursuit. You are on a hot pursuit to gather all the information, all the resources that could possibly be gathered to help with this cause. I think at one time you met with the king of Ghana. You sent me instead to meet with the president. Honorable Fraser sat on one of the bodies, presentation bodies, talking about what we want to have in terms of our democracy and our independence. Madam Speaker, those are things that I am glad I had the opportunity not only to witness but to be a part of. And the good thing about life is those things that are things that nobody can take from me. Madam Speaker, 75 years ago, the people of the Virgin Islands demanded a voice. They marched, they petitioned, they made clear that governance in these islands must be by the people, for the people, and of the people. And we stand here, Madam Speaker, 3/4 of a century later, not merely preserving that voice, but strengthening it. Madam Speaker, I ask the people of this territory, and even my colleagues in this House, to not just look at ourselves because we represent constituencies or we've been elected, but let us also look at what it means to be a member of this Honorable House of Assembly. I believe, Madam Speaker, that we have always wanted a legislature that did not wait on permission. We wanted and needed a legislature that stood independent with dignity and pride. Were we comfortable, Madam Speaker, with a house managed from the outside? Or did we want to see where we're going now, a house that is managing its own affairs, guided by law, protected by the principles, and worthy of the people's trust? Madam Speaker, I choose the latter. I choose the independence of this House, and I choose dignity. I have had the honor of serving the people of the 2nd Electoral District for 10 years, over 3 terms thus far, Madam Speaker. But my service has not been confined to these walls. I've sat in committees with members of this House and past houses to scrutinize legislation line by line. I've engaged, as I said before, in CPA Association conferences in the Caribbean and Americas and the wider Commonwealth. And time again, Madam Speaker, I have seen this simple truth, especially being in Barbados recently, Madam Speaker, among Prime Minister Mia Mottley and that 68 CPA conference. I've seen where strong parliaments are independent parliaments. Wherever democracy thrives, the legislature stands tall, not as a branch beholden to the executive, but as a co-equal partner in governance. Madam Speaker, this is why I stand before you here today, not just as a member with tenure, but as a servant determined to strengthen this institution and continue to strengthen it, to give legitimacy to our democracy. I believe all of us, Madam Speaker, when we were elected and when we put ourselves up for office, our intention was to leave our individual constituencies and responsibilities better than when we found it. And Madam Speaker, I am hoping that when I would remit office, that I will be able to contribute towards the building of this institution better than it was when I first came in 2015. Madam Speaker, I must honor the legacy and leadership. We must never forget the road that brought us here. I know next week we're going to have a special sitting on the 75th. But, Madam Speaker, allow me to honor those that paved the way: Theodore Faulkner, Isaac Glanny Fonseca, and Carlton de Castro, men who in 1949 led the march that forced the restoration of representative government. I honor, Madam Speaker, every speaker, every clerk who defended the dignity of this House. Every member, Madam Speaker, who stood across both sides of the aisles, who stood as guardians of the people's right to be heard. But, Madam Speaker, history will also record that in 2022, when this territory faced one of the most dark and uncertain times, you again, Madam Speaker, stood in the gap. You inherited a House shaken by controversy, surrounded by doubt, and shadowed by threat. But you restored confidence to a shaken people. Through your background and legal expertise, Madam Speaker, you kept and retained dignity to these chambers. So, Madam Speaker, I have no choice but to support this bill. And as the Honorable Premier, the Deputy Premier, and the Minister for Communications stated, I salute you for taking on this tremendous task and bringing us to where we are. Madam Speaker, in the Constitution Order of 2007, in Section 62, it establishes the legislature. And then in 2007, it transform it into the House of Assembly. So there shall be 62, there shall be a legislature of the Virgin Islands, which shall consist of Her Majesty and the House, or His Majesty and the House of Assembly. And then it sets out the perimeters in 63 all the way down to what the House of Assembly should be. And then 69 gives a definition of the Speaker's office, the guardian of order and independence, which is where the House must operate and under the control and the dignity that I spoke about. Madam Speaker, there are parts in this bill that the Honorable Mover touched on, so I won't reiterate it. There are parts that the Premier just highlighted, one of which specifically I had noted, which is how we deal with the retirement benefits, the pensions for the staff, and how that transition would be. I know that is something that would have been together with the overall transition and ensuring that when it is done, the time period for which it is going to be done in, Madam Speaker, that we are covering as many bases as possible. We don't expect to get it perfect, but it is envisaged, Madam Speaker, that we will do what is right to build this institution. So, Madam Speaker, this bill, I believe, sets us apart. It sets us as where we need to be. Because when you ask the three branches of government, you hear them. But the executive has stood independent. The judiciary, for a large part, stood independent. And now the legislature, which is, I don't think the other two could exist without, is now moving towards the step of its independence. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the control, the budgetary controls which the Premier spoke about, and 26 talks about financial independence, and 30 and 37 require the annual reports. I believe, Madam Speaker, that is something now that would not just force us, but encourage us to move and operate as we should be, where we are being accountable, we are being responsible and reporting to this House, to reporting to the people of the Virgin Islands on what we would have done with the resources allocated to us. Madam Speaker, this bill is not about the members today. I think that the mover, Honorable Fraser, said it, and I said it earlier. It's not about the premier, it's not about the speaker, it's not about the leader of opposition, but it is about, Madam Speaker, for me, what kind of house would they inherit? Would it be a house that continues to wait on handouts? Or would it be a house that stands tall, self-managed, self-respected, and self-reliant? Madam Speaker, we are building this country and we are building this house for generations yet to come. And Madam Speaker, let me say this clearly. We are also building respect for this institution, for the offices that we hold, for the standards that we must uphold, and for the honor of this chamber. Because if we as members, Madam Speaker, do not respect our own house, how can we expect others to, in the public, to respect it? And we must not allow anything to tear down the walls that we are building for this institution. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, and as we commemorate the 75 years of parliamentary democracy in these Virgin Islands, let us continue to rise to meet the call of history. Let us join and remain in contact and communication with brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, those who have taken a step before us in Cayman, Bermuda, TCI, and beyond towards its independence. Let us honor, Madam Speaker, those who have brought us here by ensuring that those who follow will inherit a legislature that is independent, effective, and respected. And finally, Madam Speaker, let us affirm once and for all that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is not a department of government. It is a branch of government. Equal branches, equal strength, equal dignity. Today is not just to pass a bill. It is about passing legacy, Madam Speaker, because those that paved the way before us had a vision, Madam Speaker, that we would be here one day. And Madam Speaker, I am humbled and honored to be in this honorable house where I can be a part of this tremendous step. And I look forward to having a deliberation in the committee stage, Madam Speaker, but more so, I look forward to this house standing as a co-equal branch of government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. At this time, we'll take the lunch break and return at 3 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon. Members, the floor is still open for debate. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Myron Walwyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say from the onset that I stand in full support of this bill that is before us, the House of Assembly Management Bill 2025. And before I delve in to my contributions on the bill, Madam Speaker, I want to preface my submissions by first thanking you, like others did, for your vision and unwavering support and dedication to this House. I say to you, Madam Speaker, without reservation, that your leadership has elevated the dignity and the purpose of the House of Assembly. And you have brought us to a point where we should have been before, but nonetheless, we are here, where we are now championing transparency, accountability, and progress, putting in place the necessary structures to hold House and to hold members to account for their stewardship to the public. When I considered the bill, and I was reading through it, and like other members have done, I know Honorable Fraser indeed has been speaking about the independence of this House for a long time. And there may have been other members, but he, in my mind, has been the one who has been most consistent with it. And indeed, it is most fitting that not just as the member who has served the most terms in this House, but certainly somebody who has championed it, it's indeed most fitting that he was the person to bring the bill on your behalf, Madam Speaker. But what I want to say to you, Madam Speaker, is that today, with the passage of this bill, we are also cementing your legacy. You haven't looked at it that way. But it is a monumental step that is being made with you in the chair. And you have indeed been the driving force because it had to come from that chair. Other members down here, including Honorable Fraser and other members, could have spoken about it, but didn't have the authority to do it. And you got it done. We were talking, or people were talking about doing something, and you actually got it done. So when the history books are written on the progress of this House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, certainly your name has to be mentioned, because this is certainly a turning point, a point of maturity, as it were, for this House of Assembly. So I want to thank you very much for your dedication and your work. Madam Speaker, this bill really, in layman terms, what ostensibly it's doing is making the House of Assembly a statutory body. And we have many other statutory bodies around the territory, the Port, the Financial Services Commission, and other commissions. And ostensibly, this is what we are doing, setting the House of Assembly separate and apart from central government. And it's fitting that it's being done at the pinnacle of the 75th anniversary. That's what makes it extra special. I don't know if you timed it that way, or it just happened to be that way, but it's certainly a most fitting time, you couldn't find a better way to celebrate the maturity of the House after 75 years by making it a statutory body on the eve of the celebrations. But the bill helps to deepen and widen our democracy, Madam Speaker. We know a very important underpinning, or perhaps the most fundamental underpinning of the Westminster system of government is the separation of powers. We know that we don't always have true separation. There's an overlapping sometimes, as we see it now, between the executive and the legislature. The judiciary enjoys more than the legislature does. Madam Speaker, helps in bringing that separation of powers that really should happen to fruition. Because you can't have a situation, or we should not have a situation, but we've enjoyed it for the last executive has the financial control, administrative control, and other forms of control over the legislature. It is not a good place to be when you look at it, because the job of the legislature is to scrutinize the executive, to hold the executive to account. And you can't effectively do that, or the perception that we are holding to account the executive branch of government that we have to depend on for financial survival. If the executives say you're not getting money, you're not getting it. And the old saying, who pays the piper, call the tune. And now, Madam Speaker, we are getting a chance now to call the tune. The other thing, Madam Speaker, you're in a precarious situation. And other persons who are fortunate enough to hold the chair as Speaker have been in an unfortunate situation as well. That being, Madam Speaker, that you are the head of the House of Assembly. You are. But in terms of the powers available to you, ain't so. Because if you are the head of the House of Assembly, but your staff reports to the Deputy Governor's office, it's putting you in a difficult position, or putting the person in a difficult position. And we can't have that at all. And so I'm very glad that the bill now brings everything under one umbrella, where the Speaker is indeed the Speaker through the Commission and have the powers that are needed to make sure that the House runs effectively in the way that it should. So, Madam Speaker, I broke the contributions from what I see in the bill into 5 parts. The first one has to do, and the most prominent one I mentioned before, has to do with financial autonomy, where the House has its own budgetary process, allowing it to plan its affairs, to manage its resources independently, rather than relying on allocations that are filtered through the executive that it must scrutinize. And so, while I wouldn't go through too many parts of the bill, I can't talk around the bill. I can't do that. I've never been good at that part. I want to draw us to various sections of the bill that would highlight the point that I'm making in terms of financial autonomy, Madam Speaker. If you go to section 25 of the bill, it speaks about financial independence of the Commission. And it says, the Commission shall determine its budget in accordance with subsection 2 The Commission shall, with the prior approval of the House of Assembly, consult with the Cabinet on the amount to be appropriated, I think we have to make a change there, for the service of the Commission, and to facilitate the provision of services necessary to ensure the efficient and effective functioning of the House of Assembly. The amount referred to in subsection 2 shall be appropriated by the House of Assembly. We are also seeing in 26 the appointment of a chief financial officer, which is something different from what we had before. What we have now is an accounting officer who is responsible to the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker. Now we are appointing our own chief financial officer, and 26 says, the Council shall appoint by name in writing the chief financial officer of the Commission as the accounting officer for the purposes of this Act. The terms and conditions of appointment of the chief financial officer shall be stipulated in the instrument of appointment. And I'll get on and speak about the Commission. So we're doing something different now, where we'll have a chief financial officer hired by the Commission, which is a governing body, which is separate and different from what obtains now, where we had a finance and planning officer who was appointed by the governor. 27 as well, Madam Speaker, raises the issue of the budget and estimates of the Commission. And also in 13, in section 13, there also mentioned there some of the financial autonomy that we have that's vested in the Commission. I think 13A, 13.2A is one, that the Commission is responsible for the budgetary, financial, and operational matters relating to the House of Assembly. And C, the Commission is responsible for preparing regular budgets and financial and operational reports for submission to the House of Assembly. So this is certainly, Madam Speaker, a step in the right direction, where the House of Assembly would now have its financial autonomy that helps to strengthen it in terms of the separation of powers vis-à-vis the executive. Madam Speaker, you also have administrative independence, and the clerk and the staff of the House will operate under parliamentary authority and not as civil servants under the Deputy Governor's office. And Section 5, Madam Speaker, of the bill, where it establishes the Council of the Commission, has that authority now in relation to hiring and different things. Section 5.1 says, there shall be a Council of the Commission, which, subject to this Act, is responsible for supporting the House of Assembly in the achievement of its objectives and carrying out the general functions of the Commission. And it says the Commission shall comprise of a Speaker, the Premier, the Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Speaker, one member of the House who is not a member of Cabinet, appointed in writing by the Speaker, acting in accordance with the advice of the Premier, one member of the House of Assembly who is not a member of the Cabinet, appointed in writing by the Speaker, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, and one member who is appointed by resolution of the House of Assembly based on merit and through open and fair competition, and is not a member of the House of Assembly, not an employee of the Commission, not a public officer, or under the control of the executive, and of course the clerk. I like G, where we are now asking a member from the public to be a member of the Commission. That helps to aid in the transparency that we're talking about. Not that we are now a statutory body. We're in here with a commission made up of ourselves, and we're doing what we want. We are opening it up, so that a member of the public can be a part of what we're doing. Section 17 of the bill, Madam Speaker, speaks of the structure of the Commission. 18 speaks of the clerk that the clerk is the head of the operations of the commission and is an employee of the commission. Subject to section 36, at the commencement of this act, the clerk shall be appointed by resolution of the House of Assembly on the recommendation of the council. Before appointing a clerk, the council shall satisfy itself that the person proposed to be appointed has the necessary skills, knowledge, and integrity to carry out the duties required of the position concerned in a competent and politically neutral manner. A person qualifies to be clerk of the House of Assembly if that person has a minimum of 10 years experience in public administration or has a minimum of a bachelor's degree in law obtained from an institution of higher education, and their other qualifications. Some of them are negative qualifications. It mustn't be you must be mentally capable. You must not be an undischarged bankrupt person, criminal records, and so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. But again, the administrative independence of the House to make it function now is in the hands of the House of Assembly through the Council of the Commission. Madam Speaker, there are also safeguards and accountability, which is important, because as I said before, you don't want the public to have the view that we are becoming an independent or autonomous body and we're in here doing what we want and we don't have the requisite safeguards in place. Autonomy does not mean the absence of accountability, Madam Speaker. And so the bill provides some clear principles for financial prudence, transparency, and public reporting. For instance, Madam Speaker, if you go to section 30 of the bill, it says accounts and audit. The Commission shall keep proper accounts and records of its transactions and affairs in accordance with international accounting standards. Subsection 2 says the Commission shall, in carrying out its financial functions, ensure that its decisions are consistent with the principles of responsible financial management. The accounts of the Commission shall be audited by the Auditor General or any other auditor appointed by the Auditor General for that purpose. So we are not exempt from scrutiny by the Auditor General, which is important. A report of the audited accounts shall be submitted to the Minister as soon as possible after the end of each financial year, and the Minister shall lay the report before the House of Assembly, thereby making it a public document. And of course, we are opening up, though we are getting more autonomy, we are opening ourselves up for public scrutiny, Madam Speaker. 31 says expenses, any expenditure required to be made by virtue of this act shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. So, Madam Speaker, here it is that while we get greater autonomy, we are still doing the things that we need to do to make sure that we are held to account like any other statutory body. Madam Speaker, another thing I see the bill doing is building capacity for the House of Assembly. And the bill strengthens. It says so in writing, but I want to see it happen a bit more, probably fleshed out a bit more, for resources, for research and secretarial support and training, so that the House can fulfill its role of scrutiny, oversight, and representation in a much more effective manner. Not that we are not effective, but I believe, Madam Speaker, we can be a lot more effective. If you go to section 13 of the bill, 13G, when it speaks of functions of the Commission, it says the Commission is responsible for the administration and management of the House. And without prejudice to the provisions of subsection 1, the Commission is responsible for a number of things. And when you go to G, it says providing adequate library and resource facilities and services for members of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, this is an area that I would like to see championed a bit more. It is very difficult, or it could be very difficult. You're on the opposition side of the table, for instance, and you are to make contributions. You are to, because the role of the opposition is important in a democracy. Sometimes people just think we're just here to bother them, but the opposition, and an effective opposition, should make the government better. It should. So we shouldn't be viewed as being overly critical and everything. It's to make sure that what is being done is done well. And in order to do that job effectively, you must be able to research. You must have resources. And the reality is that the resources right now are woefully inadequate. Not enough to mount a proper defense or argument, or to look at some of the issues and ventilate them better. The government is in a better position. They have their permanent secretaries and other persons. They have access to the Attorney General and a number of other things. So they can do the job easier. But in the House of Assembly offices, I want to walk in there. Madam Speaker, I love libraries. You see all the people I'm going on by the library down there? And it's a clarion call to the government, open up the library for God in heaven's sake. It's been too long that the library in the BVI has been out of commission. The library was closed down in 2016. I was the minister at the time. The Accommodations Board sent a directive to the Ministry of Education to say, close the public library because it's a health hazard. Where the library was not designed to be a library. And they said that the weight of the books on the upper floor would have caused it to collapse and would have probably had lives lost if people were in the library at the time. And then, of course, we had the hurricane and that happened. But we see that there's a need for that. Look at the lines down there by the ship. I want to walk in where we have a proper legal library with a librarian in there. Not an ordinary librarian, a librarian who's a legal one. You know, Madam Speaker, those are different people. I want to be able to do that so that we can go in and we can do our research. I want to see members have their own secretary and a pool of resource persons that we can say to them, look, go and research this and bring it back for me. That is where we need to be. I want to see a greater level of training. Not just as we come in, we just do, because sometimes we come in and we don't do enough in terms of initial training and ongoing professional development. I know, yes, when there are CPA conferences and different things, you might go on those and learn a bit more, but we must be able to do our own thing internally and have our own sessions so that we can become better parliamentarians. And especially now as we are having the conversation about having an upper house. We can't put on top of put. We have to make sure that we have the structure sound so that whatever we do, that we get much better results, Madam Speaker, out of it. I want to see funding for the Public Accounts Committee and the various committees of the House. As it stands, it appears as if everything jumbling into one. You can't find out what the budget is for PAC, what the budget is for the Leader of the Opposition's office. It's all commingled. I want to see us take a look at those things and make sure we put the structures in place so that things can operate a lot better. And I was pleased, Madam Speaker, when I was reading through the bill. I see the one little line there, but I want to make sure that we bring that line to life. The other thing in the bill, Madam Speaker, is institutional continuity. I see that inside the bill as well. That the work of the Parliament or the work of the Commission will endure the members who are here. That is important because independence must be protected beyond the life of any administration, Madam Speaker, that we have. And so when you go to Section 8 of the bill, you see that here, where it says continuation in office on dissolution of the House of Assembly. 8 says, subject to subsection 2, on the dissolution of the House, the members of the Commission who are not ex officio shall continue in office until such time as new members are appointed in their place. And 2 says, where at any time after the House is dissolved, it appears that a member of the Commission is not an ex officio member, A, has been validly nominated as a candidate at the ensuing general election, or although so nominated has been elected as a member of the House at that election, that member shall resign from the Commission forthwith, but nothing in subsection 1 or this subsection shall be taken as preventing such member from resigning otherwise than in accordance with this subsection. So the section 2 allows, Madam Speaker, for instance yourself, to stay on until a new speaker is put in place. And so the work of the House, even in terms of preparation, because you have to prepare, we can't be presumptuous enough to think we're going to go to election and all 13 of us are going to come back. You're going into a new session. And so the House needs to do its work in preparation for those new members coming in. And the best person to do it is somebody who has been there for a while, because you change the House with new members, you have a new speaker who has to take a while to understand certain things. Some speakers are more resourceful than others. Some of them won't even pick up the phone and ask the one who were there before, well, you could tell me how to get this one here do. They try to do the thing from their own, and you don't, the House, the growth that you want, the continuity that you need for the House of Assembly so that we can move from strength to strength doesn't happen because of the way in which we do it now. And so, Madam Speaker, I was very pleased that we were able to do this. What we are doing is nothing new, and I want the public to understand this. And Madam Speaker, you pointed it out in your statement. There are other parliaments in the region that operate in a similar manner. And so even if we have teething pains, growing pains, we can always speak to the CPA, we can speak to our Caribbean neighbors to understand how they've addressed certain things. And even if we don't get everything captured in the law, because you will never get everything captured in the law, the thing is that the things that we know that we can improve upon, we are flexible enough to bring the law back and address those things that we may have forgotten, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, when we look, this is about building the future. And it's not just a technical exercise, but it's part of a longer vision, Madam Speaker, a vision where the branches of government, executive, legislature, judiciary, operate with mutual respect and financial independence, where the House of Assembly, because now it has its own financial standing, can be more effective in scrutinizing the work of the executive, Madam Speaker. But as we move on, and this is my last point, maybe a little longer one, but it's the last point. The House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, as a statutory body, if you were to rank statutory bodies in the country, this would be at the top. It's the highest lawmaking body in the land. And with that comes certain responsibilities, Madam Speaker. We have to operate par excellence. We have to. And the Premier mentioned some important things in his contribution, even our procurement policies and all the rest of it. We have to look at it. We don't necessarily have to use the same Procurement Act, because we see that Procurement Act that they have there, tie their hand, they can't get a thing done. You want to buy a screw, you got to get three quotations. We have to try to find something that works for us, that does not tie our hands, so that we can't do the people's work effectively, Madam Speaker. But we have to operate in a particular way to show the other statutory bodies what is expected, and to also build on the trust issue, Madam Speaker, with the public. And so there's some things I want to see us do. We talked about the fixed dates for sittings. We might have to start to make sure we get that, Madam Speaker, in place. Making the committees public. We don't have no business inside here that we got to hide. What it is we got to do in here that people can't see what it is we're doing. When you go into the committee stage of a bill, it's an educational process. That old, we're talking about colonialism and removing it. That's an old relic from colonialism. We got to get rid of it. If we are in the committee stage of a bill, because one of the biggest problems we have in our country is people don't understand how the arms of government work. They don't understand how government works. We are passing bills like this one. We go into the committee stage in secret, and then we come out and say the bill has been passed with amendments. Nobody ain't know what we do. People will not see that bill again in their life. If we were able to deliberate the bill in the public viewing, you could imagine the education that will come out from the discussions that the public can benefit from. So we need to look at those committees and make them public. Public Accounts Committee, all of them. So the public can be a part, Madam Speaker, of what we are doing. We got to start on time. And this is all about what I've been saying, that we have to operate par excellence. And I'm blaming nobody, all of us. If the House of Assembly starts at 10, for God in heaven's sake, let us start at 10. You only need a quorum of 7. If 7 of us here, let us start. Because the public is at home, believe it or not, especially the older folks, listen to the House of Assembly on their radios. And older people, as you get older in life, you get more sense. And you have less tolerance for stupidness. Older people know time better than younger people. And if you sit 10 o'clock and then put on them radio at 10 o'clock, they want to hear Madam Speaker's voice at 10 o'clock. And we have not been good at it. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to encourage us, not blaming anybody, because all of us are at fault, that we must do better, Madam Speaker, in that respect. The other thing we must do is respect the House of Assembly. Respect the House of Assembly. And I'm going to say this, but it's not about particular governments, because it happened in the government that I was into. Stop scheduling executive things when you have the House of Assembly. Your first call is to the House of Assembly. You cannot schedule a government function. You can't schedule a meeting and other things when you know you have to come to the House. So we have to work on that. And the other thing, Madam Speaker, I want to challenge you on, this is my last point, on the continuity of the House. I believe strongly that when you get elected, you should be sworn in to the House of Assembly first before you're sworn into a ministry. We have to fix it. Because the only how you can become a minister if it's because you got elected here. When people go to the ballot box and they put an X on your name, they ain't putting an X on your name to be a minister. They send you to the House of Assembly to represent their interests. And if you get a seat in the executive, you get one. But I want to vote for you to come. They vote for you to come here first. And I believe it will make a psychological shift in our minds. That if you're sworn in here first, you recognize that your first responsibility is to this House. It might be a simple shift, but some simple shift could make some changes in behavior. And I want to commend that to you. Since we have continuity, you're already on a roll. You're already on a roll. Roll some more. And make that happen, Madam Speaker, because it should happen. Again, I want to say I'm in full support of the bill. Of course, there's some changes I will have to make through the committee stage. But again, I want to commend you, and I want to thank you very much for the very good leadership that you're providing to this honorable House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Luce Hodge-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to present my contribution to this historic bill titled Virgin Islands House of Assembly Management Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I rise to share my views on the establishment of a House of Assembly Management Commission, and I begin by stating unequivocally I support this move to establish this critical commission. But before I go into the area of a couple of areas in the bill, Madam Speaker, permit me to just share some research that I was able to find pertaining to our history over the years when it comes to our House of Assembly, now known as House of Assembly, but before it was the Legislative Council. So yes, the March of 1949 resulted in the restoration of our Legislative Council in 1950. And the transformation of the Legislative Council to what we have today of a modern House of Assembly, which gives us greater autonomy, etc., and constitutional provisions. But let's take a step back to show where we have come from. Now, as I said, following the demonstration of the March of 1949, which had abolished, the legislature which had been abolished in 1901, was restored by the Constitution Act of 1950. Now, going back a little further where we had the expansion of elected membership, 1954 to 1994. Over the several decades, the number of elected members in the legislature increased. 1954, elected membership expanded from 4 to 6, with members chosen from 5 district seats. In 1967, the Constitution increased elected members to 7. In 1977, district seats were increased to 9. In 1994, we saw the introduction of 4 at-large seats, which brought the total elected membership to 13, along with 2 ex-officio members. The constitutional and governance reforms of the 2000 to 2007, where we saw the renaming of the Legislative Council to the House of Assembly. The head of government became the premier instead of chief minister, cabinet system replaced from executive council. And today, of course, we have an additional 2 appointment. In 2015, the Constitution Amendment allowed for the appointment up to 2 junior ministers. Madam Speaker, I decided to go back a little bit into history to show us from whence we came. And today, on this historic occasion, as we are about to celebrate, beginning of the 1st of November, the activities to commemorate the 75th anniversary of our legislature. What a fitting time for us to be doing this, as was said before, and I totally agree. And it's not just for us, of course, here in this House of Assembly, but for the entire Virgin Islands to feel very proud of what we're going through at this moment, to see where we have come from in this particular House of Assembly, the Legislative Council, to see where we have come and where we are today and where we will be going in the future, bearing in mind that the things that we are doing now is not for now, but for the future, as members have said before. And, Madam Speaker, I am extremely proud to be here at this time in our history of the Virgin Islands, particularly in this House, as we are about to transform into the independence of this Parliament. And it is, for me, very fitting and for us to be a significant occasion for us here in our history. And like my colleagues before me, Madam Speaker, I just want to also give you your kudos. Well-deserving, to be well received, and I thought you are receiving all these accolades today, but I want you to feel very proud of yourself for taking us to this level from back then to the middle, and now we're here. And to take that bold step, because as ministers mentioned or members mentioned before, that it was thought about and it was talked about, but you brought it into action. And of course, you had support from various areas. You know, your champion, our senior member here, always by your side. I want to recognize him as well. And all who you were able to have draft this bill to help you to bring it to this House on this occasion, on the eve of when we're celebrating the March of 1949. I don't think you actually planned it that way, but it's by God's grace that it happened that way, that we are actually celebrating and working towards bringing our House of Assembly to the next level, to a more mature level, and in terms of our development over the years. So again, Madam Speaker, kudos to you. Congratulations for bringing it thus far, and all who have helped. And I just want our people, again, I must reiterate, those who are listening and those who are not listening, who will listen at some point, to understand the importance, the significance of what is being done here in this honorable House today. Making our Legislative Council, making our House of Assembly more autonomous, giving it more autonomy, giving it more power, giving it more authority, and making it an independent body that could help to move this country even further, or help to move our territory even further than where we are today. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very short, because your statement in itself could have said everything that we already have to say today, and also what the mover of the bill, the member of the third, when he made his presentation in the motion, talked about the objects and reasons, and he gave a lot of details of what the bill actually is about. And then, of course, we go into committee stage after this debate to even flesh it out even more, Madam Speaker. But like other members, I only picked out two areas, in a sense, that I wanted to really highlight. And they were highlighted before, so I won't really go into much into it. And of course, like I said, it's going to be very brief, because it's already been fleshed out to me, and give other members an opportunity to speak on it as well. So I will briefly touch on part 3, which deals with the functions of the commission. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that in reading this, the draft bill, that all the proposed functions, in my view, are legitimate, and they coincide with functions of similar commissions, both from within the region and internationally. And we heard about, the fact that in other countries and the United Kingdom, their parliament is independent as well. So for us to be moving forward to push our Legislative Council or House of Assembly to independence, it's nothing that we don't deserve. I feel that we well deserve it. Should have been done years ago, but we're here to this point now. And the two main functions, as outlined in Clause 13, concerned financial stewardship and administrative policy for the House of Assembly. And I believe, of course, the Leader of the Opposition articulated those very, very, very nicely. But I just want to go into a little more detail in terms of the responsibility for the administration and management of the House of Assembly. And Clause 2, that was Clause 1, Clause 2, 13.2, without prejudice to the provisions of subsection 1, the Commission is responsible for about 7 areas. And I will just touch on a few of them for the essence of time. A, the budgetary, financial, and operational matters relating to the House of Assembly. B, establishing the executive, management, and administrative structure of the Commission for the necessary discharge of its function. And C, preparing regular budgets and financial and operational reports for submission to the House of Assembly. and provide clerical staff and other staff to enable the House of Assembly and its committees to operate efficiently. And that is very much so an operative word when it comes to ensuring that our House of Assembly is more in an independent feat, or in an independence drive to become independent. Efficiency, accountability, these are the kinds of words that I believe our general public will be more attuned to see that our House of Assembly is being more accountable, transparent, efficient, etc. Those are choice words that, that I believe our general public will be more pleased about. So there are others, as I said, those are just 4. There are actually additional 3, but I won't go into them. But this area, Madam Speaker, is what I was really prepared for in terms of wanting to speak about, because when you think of the functions of the commission, you would think that they would have something different to what's actually going on at the moment. It's not necessarily, yes, the House of Assembly submits its budget to go through standing finance stage. There's an establishment of, they do have the staff, the clerical staff and other staff of the House of Assembly to be able to carry out the work of the committee. So these are nothing new, they will be carried on, but the fact of the matter is the House of Assembly, being a statutory body or an area of institution with independence, will be able to be more transparent and select the best of the best in order to have the work done. Now, I also particularly keen about the fact of the bill that it mandates a bipartisan composition for the Commission's council, as referred to in Section 5 of the bill, which ensures a broad representation and collaborative governance. And again, Leader of the Opposition went a lot into that, where Section 5.1 says, there shall be a council of the Commission which, subject to this act, is responsible for supporting the House of Assembly in the achievement of its objectives and carrying out the general functions of the Commission. And it too, the council shall comprise, and it's worth repeating again so that we can have an understanding of it. Yes, we do have the Speaker, the Premier, the Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Speaker, and 1 member of the House of Assembly who is not a member of the Cabinet, appointed in writing by the Speaker, acting in accordance with the advice of the Premier. 1 member of the House of Assembly who is not a member of the Cabinet, appointed in writing by the Speaker, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition. And 1 member who is appointed by resolution of the House of Assembly based on merit and through open and fair competition, and is not a member of the House of Assembly, an employee of the Commission, a public officer, or 4 under the control of the executive. And H, the clerk as the ex officio and non-voting member. So, Madam Speaker, in my view, with both the government side and the opposition side having an opportunity to serve on this council of the Commission allows for bipartisan leadership. And I think this is a good thing because, again, it will allow for us in this setting to be more transparent and to be able to do the things that needs to be done, having different views from both sides and coming to an agreement in order to move the progress of this commission forward. So we're looking at some benefits of the commission, Madam Speaker, and I know we may have some pushback from this, but I'm hoping and really praying that, persons will understand where we're taking our parliament and why it's so important for us to be at this stage in our history in moving forward in our efforts for more autonomy and more self-determination. So the establishment of the House of Assembly Management Commission is not just an administrative adjustment. It is a fundamental step toward a more transparent, efficient, and accountable legislature. The key benefits, in my view, from what I research, is promoting financial accountability, and we heard that before, and that is so important. So financial stewardship is so important, and it's not to say that, this commission is going to be a runaway train, and, because it has its own power and its own authority that it's going to do as it wishes. It still has to be accountable for the finances that is given to it. And two, ensuring legislative autonomy. By managing its own affairs, the House of Assembly achieves genuine independence that we talked about from the executive branch. And this allows the legislature to set its own policies. And we've already done one so far, I believe, the code of conduct for members. So we are ahead when it comes to that. Managing its own staff, we talked about that. Controlling its own budget. And you just functioning as an independent legislative body. Improving administrative efficiency. A dedicated management body can focus on developing best practices and for the administration of the House, including the human resources, procurement, and the physical infrastructure. I know that's another dream. The next step is to, and it was mentioned before, having your own building of the House of Assembly and doing the things that you want to do and really, have a good setting. I know my honorable colleague to my left talked about these desks. We look forward to the building where we will have a more modern setting. Not that there's anything wrong with these desks, but we'll have a modern setting, and I look forward to, not even if I'm not in the House, but it will still be a proud moment for us in our territory to have its own facilities, its own building, and where you will be controlling. And I can see you now, Madam Speaker, just having in your element, moving into that building and having having the right setting for the House of Assembly members and the staff. And I mentioned also as well facilitating bipartisan cooperation, and that's to me is key. Bipartisan cooperation, meaning that both sides are working together, ensures that administrative decisions are made through consultative process. So we are together sitting around a table and consulting. The shared governance fosters cooperations across the political divide, establish stable nonpartisan policies for the long-term benefit of the institution. So wrapping up, Madam Speaker, just to say that the Commission is the structural mechanism that will ensure the House of Assembly is not only independent, but also operates with the highest standards of integrity and accountability. With that said, Madam Speaker, I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make a contribution to this landmark piece of legislation in the Virgin Islands today. It is indeed very significant. Been a while in coming, but it is here. It coincides with two significant things, in my opinion, that has been taking place or will take place in the Virgin Islands. One, as has been mentioned, the 75th anniversary of this House of Assembly, but I also consider it to be significant that it's taken place right in the midst of a constitutional review. Madam Speaker, in 1950, this House was restored. Should not have been taken away, but was restored through the actions of some brave persons. And as I was looking at it from those individuals, a piece of scripture came to mind. I had to go and look to find it. And when I found it, it was in Hebrews 11. And verse 13 says, and I'm not fitting it precisely on this situation, but it reminded me of it. It said all these people were still living by faith when they died. And I thought of those persons in 1950 who are no longer with us. They did not receive the things promised. They only saw them and welcomed them from a distance, admitting they were foreigners and strangers on earth. People who say such things show they are looking for a country of their own. The champions and the heroes that we celebrate, the leaders of the Great March of 1949, Mr. Faulkner, Mr. Fonseca, Mr. De Castro, they moved forward by faith. I'm not absolutely sure that they knew what the future looked like, but they knew where they were. And they knew it was not good enough for their people, and they had to get up and move out of Egypt. They had to move. They knew that a better day was possible. But just like what we are saying here now, when we look at our constitutional review, we must know that the better day that is possible will not be given to us by those who are in control. We have to fight to take it. So when we propose or things in the constitutional review, because we are saying that, look, from where we are sitting, if we're going to progress forward, then we, in fact, must suggest and tell them where it is we want to go. And the same, I believe, was true for those three Virgin Islands musketeers, if you will. They took on responsibilities for themselves in 1950 and progressively in 1967, 1977, 2007, and we expect when this next constitution is passed, there will be greater and greater responsibility. This constitutional review in which we are in the midst, we are seeking to advance our constitution where more responsibilities are placed in the hands of the people's representatives. I'll say that again. The review that we are doing in the Constitution that we are proposing would seek to advance our Constitution where more responsibilities are placed in the hands of the people's representatives. It sounds simple, but it's significant. The people of the territory must know that it means that the people who are making those decisions are persons they have put in those places, and they can take them out. They can meet them along the road walking in the morning, or as Mrs. Parsons used to say, you're in church and they're tapping you on your shoulder. Because you are their representatives and you have a responsibility to account to them. So we, as we look towards the constitutional review and moving that forward, I believe that what we are doing today, this piece of legislation, it works in alignment, is significant in that progress towards greater autonomy. Before I go even further, Madam Speaker, I really would like to, like other members, express appreciation for your leadership, of those speakers who have gone before and the members who work very hard in this House. I've had the opportunity recently to attend some of the CPA functions and other democracy functions, and I will admit that it was not always highest on my agenda as to what I wanted to achieve for my people when I was elected. But as I've attended more and I realize the responsibility we have in building proper structures, you cannot do it unless you are well informed. You cannot do this unless you are interacting with persons who have been there before, who can help to guide us on our way. This piece of legislation, in my view, it's important on its own, and it's also important in context. I believe it's important on its own because the House of Assembly is the highest forum for lawmaking and action in the territory. It is here in the interest and for good, in the interest of the people and the good governance of the Virgin Islands. Through its democratically elected members, it represents the will of the people and ensures a system of accountability with the people having the final say. It is the highest lawmaking body in the land, and as such has the capacity to impact the everyday lives of our people. If we get this, not just the piece of legislation right, because in a number of things we've done in this territory, we have gotten the paper right. But whether or not we have gotten the practice right, whether or not we have gotten the culture right, that is the challenge that is before us and the area that I would encourage each and every member of this House in as we sit here today debating this important matter. I mentioned that it's important on its own, but it's also important in the wider context. And I will be like a broken record, and I will be, but I believe that we are on a march towards greater self-autonomy. And due to the importance of this noble goal, it is important that this piece of legislation related to the independence of the House be fit for purpose and aiming for the practice of the highest standards of management, governance, and integrity. It's been long in coming, but as we always say, nothing happens before it's time. And the fact that it is coinciding with these two other activities to me says that this is precisely the right time for this legislation. Now, the independence of this House will bring great responsibility. And with this great responsibility, it is happening in a time where, and my colleague from the aides who traveled with me, we would have interacted with persons who would have told of their stories and realized that globally, trust in legislators, trust by the people who have elected persons in the persons who they have elected is in a crisis around the globe, not just here in the Virgin Islands. Now I think that there are some persons who have an agenda to push this kind of undermining thing, but I do believe that persons do have a right to demand accountability of those persons that they have elected, and it means that we as the persons who have been elected must go the extra mile to show persons that we are working in their best interest, making best use of the collective resources, and fervently and wholeheartedly seeking the best interests of the country, and in our case of their country, and in our case of our territory. We must go the extra mile to build confidence of the public in this new independent institution and those responsible for governing it. Much of the responsibility has been placed, Madam Speaker, on you and the role of Speaker, and I believe that's exactly where it should be. There are many structures in place that, if utilized, should lend to building greater trust by those we serve. Within the legislation, I see structures for sound operations, reporting, and the relationship even between the Commission and the House, realizing at the end of the day that the House of Assembly, elected by the people, must always be the highest office in the land, because that we are there only because the people put us there. And anything else means that the people do not have power. Anything else that takes away the power from the House of Assembly, the elected members, means the people's power has been taken away from them. There are structures in the bill for sound human resources practices, and I'm pleased to see that. I see there's a lot of work there for Madam Clark and those who will be involved in the operation. And I encourage you to again, adhere to the greatest and highest standards for fairness, for equality, for equity, and decency in human resources practices. There are also strong some structures for finances, the financial practices, the structure, the appointment of a chief financial officer, the requirements of audits. All these are things, if properly implemented, I believe will help towards building trust by the public in this institution that's proposed and the members that operate it. The House, as we are proposing, would now be truly independent. Truly independent. It is a key practice of democracy, as has been said all afternoon, of the separation of the legislation, executive, and judiciary, although they are all in some ways connected. I do agree with one member who said in having this independence from the executive, it means that we do not have to bargain with the executive for things that would happen here once the budget is agreed. In this independent House, we'll be better positioned to hold the executive to account, better positioned to give more support for all members, especially those members who do not have the support of a ministry, so that there will be greater support for research and assistance. And, Madam Speaker, as I draw close to a close, I will take this final opportunity to encourage you. I am encouraged by you and your practice that I've seen over the last couple of years, and encourage you in leading this House, leading in transparency, leading in communication with those whom we serve, leading in being open to scrutiny. That persons must be able to ask questions of how things are done or operated on and what is produced. They must be able to do so, and we must not close ourselves. We must be open to scrutiny, and I encourage you to lead us in doing that. And finally, you must be similarly or closely related to accountability, of whom much has been given, much is required. And I encourage you, Madam Speaker, with the tremendous responsibility that will be placed on you. I have the confidence that you, and I trust all those who would follow you, but I don't know who will follow, but I know you. And I have confidence that you can lead us in the way that we need to be led for the good of this country, and that you'll do it by God's grace and with his help. And I pledge my support when this bill is passed, to support in every way that I can for the betterment of our territory. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member from the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity to give my brief contributions to the House Assembly Management Bill 2026. Madam Speaker, typically when the pastor gives the sermon, nobody speaks after that. Madam Speaker, I think the pastor delivered the sermon today, but I think it's still important for us, those of us who remain, to also lend our voice to this very monumental and important milestone in the life of this House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say from the onset, I unequivocally support the passage of this bill, whether today or whatever day after, once we go through the entire process in committee stage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not intended to speak long, but I think it's important for me just to ensure that the record reflects, when the history books are written, of my support for this very important piece of legislation, because I know we have a lot of work to do in the committee stage to make sure we make this bill fit for purpose and the type of bill that's deserving of this institution that's about to celebrate its 75th anniversary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to touch on a few areas, Madam Speaker, particularly that speaks to the administration, the financial and legislative independence of the House of Assembly, and what this bill proposes to achieve, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we're doing now isn't anything unique, as was said by members before. We saw where, and as close as a similar constitutional construct as us, we have the Cayman Islands, who in 2020 went through a similar process of making their parliament independent. And we've had the privilege of having conversations with some of those members, the Speaker of the House, and so forth, in terms of how the process has been for them in this transition. And I think one of the most critical and glaring points that were raised, continue to be raised, Madam Speaker, is the issue of financial independence. Despite you've achieved administrative independence, despite we've always had some level of legislative independence, where the governor still has to assent to bills, we still will not truly have full financial independence. And we have to, and I'll speak a little bit about that in the sections in the bill that speaks to that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we have some lessons that can be learned from Cayman, but I do believe that we're moving, and I know that we're moving in the right direction. And I mean, we say that the 75th anniversary, and I don't know necessarily if it's a good thing, that it took us 75 years to get to this point. But nonetheless, I'd say the journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with one step. And this is a major and monumental step that we're taking today, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to give you a kudos in due time. But I'm going to get to the bill, specifically there's three areas that I want to highlight, Madam Speaker, and I don't want to be too long, belabor the point. Issue of continuity was raised earlier by the Leader of the Opposition, is something that I agree with, is Section 8, that once the House is dissolved, there's a level of continuity in the runnings of the House. We have that right now, where members are still in place, Cabinet is still in place and operates, and I see no difference in terms of the House and the House functioning, considering that we're going to be a statutory organization. But the one challenge that we have, Madam Speaker, I know we raised this in a constitutional discussion, a constitutional reform, where your seat as Speaker is not explicitly listed in the Constitution. And that is something that has to be changed. I don't think that we could supersede what the Constitution says in this legislation. We have to ensure that that change is made in the Constitution in terms of the seat of the Speaker, to ensure that the Speaker is one of those members that has the level of continuity once the House is dissolved. And I'm sure Premier is one of those recommendations that we've made, and I'm hopeful that once we go to the negotiations, those changes will be made so this could take full effect. And for a full continuity in terms of the House of Assembly, once it is made independent in the sense that we're proposing this afternoon. Now, so we've got another section that I want to speak to concerning the financial independence of the House. I'm not going to be long on this. Section 29 of the bill. It speaks to 629. The computer is taking its time. It speaks to fees paid in a consolidated fund, Madam Speaker. We're going independent, and one of the things that I've noticed, Madam Speaker, in my travels to different parliamentary functions, is that a critical component of most of the parliaments, especially the ones in Canada, and particularly the UK, is a revenue-generating element to the parliament, where they generate significant revenue, particularly in Quebec. They have ongoing, non-stop tours of the parliament, where they make constant revenue from the parliament. I was trying to find the actual dollar figure that they made in terms of the parliament. But that is something, Madam Speaker, that we have to really have a strategic approach to. And we need a building. This could be the old Parliament Museum. where we have all the artifacts and stuff in there as a museum, but we need to have our own building, that we could have memorabilia, we could have all kind of things. We have had over almost 1 million tourists came into the shores last year, and the numbers are projected to be higher. That's one, that has to be a selling point. And even parliaments within the Caribbean do a lot of work. Bahamas, their parliament's in the heart of the town. And it's a stop point for the cruise ship passengers. It's a stop point for persons who are traversing the town. So these are things that, Madam Speaker, I know that you're forward thinking, that we need to consider as it relates to being more self-sufficient in financial independence. True independence comes from making your own money. Because ultimately, we still have to go beg the Minister of Finance and the House for money. And it's at the mercy of which Minister of Finance or which cabinet, which executive sits, because at the end of the day, the executive or the government in power has the majority. So we have to ensure that as much as we can, generate as much revenue on our own as a house. Madam Speaker, number 32 as well. And that point on 29, Madam Speaker, and we'll look at this in terms of the monies going to the consolidated fund. Because if we're going to be independent and we're generating revenue, we have a proper revenue plan and revenue stream in place, that money should go towards our operational development as a house. When it gets commingled in the consolidated fund, we don't always going to come back. So I think we have to consider and look at that and see if that's the right approach, or if that's the standard, or what is the approach that is taken across the board in terms of how funds are deposited. But as a statutory organization, we must consider having going to our own accounts versus going to the consolidated fund, Madam Speaker. And that's a discussion I will have in a committee stage. Again, I raised a point about raising revenue, Section 32, something that we have to seriously engage and focus on. Premier alluded to the building, Premier, and we have $100 million there that we keep talking about. Well, Standing Finance coming up, we'll find out where it's gone. A little 4 or 5 can't hurt to put the house on a steady footing. And it's about institution building, Madam Speaker, and I want to raise that point. Too often in this house, Madam Speaker, and it bothers me, and that's why I continue to say that the positions that we hold in this house are transient. We're transient. Our focus has to be about building institutions. And we discuss these legislative amendments, enactments. It's too personalized. We start to make comments based on where we sit currently versus us being openly objective. You know, when we talk about term limits for Premier, constitutional discussions, because all we have ambitions to be Premier, we want that. But it's about the institution. That's why I keep pushing those things, because those things are beyond any of us in our own personal ambitions. When we talk about those issues concerning this particular bill, I'm hopeful that we're objective when we get in the committee stage. Not think about where we sit currently, because we all at one day have to leave this house. Someone won't, I don't want to go sooner than others, but we all at one day have to leave this house. And we have to ensure that we build institutions that last and outlast all of us. Those men on the wall behind of you, Dr. Dawson, and those that we find somewhere in a pan sometime the other day, and I hope that we find them and put them in their rightful place. Madam Speaker, many of them made decisions that were important for the institution. Foundational decisions that we all have the privilege to stand on here today. So I want us to be mindful of that when we go into the committee stage and start to make decisions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I close, I have to join with members and before I say this, I want to make it clear the Speaker doesn't vote in the 8th District. She's from East End, but she don't vote in the 8th District. I want to make that clear. So I ain't looking for no vote, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I am extremely proud of your tenure as Speaker, Madam Speaker. You came into this House at a time when we were going through some of the most challenging times, not just for this House, but for this entire country. I'm calling the country because I'm speaking into existence. I know people are going to go get on the, oh, we say in a country, we in a country, but you have to speak what you want to see, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you remind me of, I've been reading the Bible a little more these days. My son is insistent that I read the Bible more. He's insistent, and he's sitting down, he gave me passages to read, and he went on the boat the other day, and he bought the Every Man's Bible for me. And he said, Daddy, bring it home, he said, Daddy, you've got to read this Bible. And he started to give me a chapter to start with. So he put me on Matthew, Madam Speaker. And the Beatitudes, Matthew 5:5. And it speaks about, blessed are the meek, for the meek shall inherit the earth. Madam Speaker, that is you. No set of noise, not braggadocious, no arrogance about yourself. I traveled with you to Barbados. And I see but she's from there. She's from good stuff. And I see the level of respect that persons regionally, internationally, the speakers internationally know you by name. The level of respect that you have amongst your peers. So it wasn't an illusion when your name came up for us, when we were going through our challenges to make you Speaker. I championed then, and I championed for your election as Speaker, and you have proven me and everyone in this House right. That was the right decision to make. So I championed her re-election to speakership. And she has proven myself, everyone in this House, and this entire territory right in that decision that we as a House made to bring her back as Speaker of this House. You've seen the transformation of this House. You've seen where we're moving towards our own code of conduct, commission of standards that governs this House and governs the membership of this House. This bill that is before us, Madam Speaker, the work that you're doing for the digitization of the House, all that work, once it's put in place, history is going to smile on your name once the history books everything, Madam Speaker. You should be proud of your accomplishments this far. And you deserve all the accolades that has been bestowed upon you this evening, this afternoon. We look forward to the enormous amount of work that is left to be done, Madam Speaker. But I commend you, Madam Speaker, because you never gave up. When it seemed daunting to get this thing to the House, you fought, you worked, you put the pieces in place, you worked with the members of this House to make sure that it was a reality. And it speaks to leadership. Leadership matters. And I'm happy that we have you as a leader of this House, Madam Speaker. And we look forward to even greater things in the time that you've been blessed to be in this House. Madam Speaker, again, I support this bill that is before us. I look forward for us to have a more in-depth and comprehensive discussion on the merits of the bill and how we're going to move forward. There are a lot of elements that are of concern. I think we need to really hammer them out in the committee stages. I know members have expressed across the aisle some concerns that we have with some of the elements of the bill. But I think we all have work to do. We need to get to the work. So on that note, Madam Speaker, again, I support the bill fully. It has my full endorsement, my full support, and I look forward to the discussion, a more detailed discussion and the House of Assembly committee stages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Health, Honorable Vincent Whitley.
Very interesting bill. And I must say, like the other members have said, it couldn't come at a more fitting time on the 75th anniversary of the restoration of the House of Assembly. I don't know if it was mere coincidence or just the perfect lineup of things that the senior member of this House, who was the main driver behind this, gave it to you, Madam Speaker, probably the youngest person in this House. You stuck with it, and you came through with it. And that speaks, Madam Speaker, like I said before, to your leadership and your ability to deal with a very difficult topic. Many persons have spoken about this for many times, but it took you to grab this bull by the horns and just go with it. And here we are. So I must commend you and your team. It wasn't easy, but the hard work, the research, we saw back on the forward, checking, making sure you're on the right track. I'm going to refer to the part in the objects and reasons for why we are actually here. And it says the bill seeks to enhance the effective performance of the House of Assembly. And it goes on to explain why. And the last part says to provide for the independence of parliamentarians. Now, Speaker, as we are moving this territory forward, bit by bit, and you couldn't have said it better when you gave your remarks earlier, it speaks to constitutional maturity. A person speak about things, but sometimes you gotta put one foot in front of the other and move it forward. And as we advance in our political status, like I said before too, we have to focus on institutional building. This is one more step in building institutions, and it's not about us at all. It's about the future. It's the future who would benefit most from what we are doing here today. It started 1949, where the mass came together after many years of talking about constitutional restoration for the House. The talk did not start in 1949. It started long before that. But in 1949, action took place. That's what happened in 1949, action. People say enough talk. Well, we love to talk around here. At some point in time, if you take action, Madam Speaker, that's what you did. And those first three guys, Faulkner, Castro, Fonseca. And I think I must say I agree with somebody who said, I don't think when they started, might be Dr. Dawson, I don't think when they started that march they had this in mind. But it's a natural part of what they started. And we cannot let their sacrifice, and we have not done it, go unnoticed or unappreciated. And what we are doing here today is building on what our parents started. And in the first legislature, with Faulkner, De Castro, Fonseca, and the Englishman, Brunel Bruce, these guys didn't really get paid. I think I got a little stipend or something, maybe $8 or $10, of which some of them gave away. I spoke to Brother Bruce's daughter one time, and she said that when they got a couple of cents, they should give it away because it wasn't at all about money back then. It was a call to action that those guys saw. So we are today benefiting from what they started. But we are doing what we have to do. Now, speak of the three branches of government, the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive. We say these words a lot, but I don't think sometimes we explain them. But today I think we did a very good job, most persons who spoke, explain the difference, the three co-equal branches of government that should be independent. And what we're doing today is strengthening that independence between these three branches. Madam Speaker, I have always said, from the time I came to this House, I've always said, we should never stumble into our future. Whatever it is we decide we want to be, whether we want to be independent, whether we want to be not independent, or whatever it is going to happen to us, we should decide. We should be the one making that decision. I've always said we should not be stumbling into our future. And what we are seeing today is just that. We are making a specific move for a specific outcome. I always talk about being strategic, intentional, and deliberate. Instead of just talking about things and hoping they happen, what we're doing today is saying, this is what we want, and this is how we are going to do it. And I must commend all of the members who spoke before. Madam Speaker, this independence of the House augurs well for me with what we discussed recently in the constitutional review talks as we look at a bicameral system, which in all these steps here point to one thing: greater self-autonomy. It tells me, Madam Speaker, and it comforts me to know that we are not stumbling. We have decided not to stumble anymore, but to be deliberate, strategic, and intentional about the future of this country. And it's not about us now. It's about a country. Like I said, this is transient. We're here today, we're gone tomorrow. We make sure we build these institutions in here for the next generation of parliamentarians, that they could build on this historic moment, because it is historic. And it coincides too with a constitutional review taking place, like Dr. Dawson pointed out. So I'm pleased, Madam Speaker, to stand in support. Again, I must also give the senior member for the third, Honorable Fraser, his kudos. From the day I came into this House in 2019, he has been talking about improvements that need to happen in this House. He said to me, you're all coming here full of energy, trying to do X, Y, Z, and you're ignoring the House, because the House itself is of no real consequence to your ambition. You see, look at the chairs, look at the desk, look at that. You see, but you guys don't really, it doesn't affect you, it doesn't matter to you. You see, but if you're going to build an institution, some of these things that you're ignoring now, you must pay attention to. And the House in particular was a favorite topic of Honorable Fraser. So I know today too, he is pleased. And he said to me, he was in the 2007 Constitution. He's one of a few members of the Assembly, I think about 2 or 3 of them, who got 2 bites of a cherry on the constitutional review. He's getting 2 bites of this cherry. What he didn't get in the first time, he's bending over backwards to make sure, and it's not about him, it's about the future. I was present 100%. But Madam Speaker, again, I'm so pleased to see what's happening here. I wish you all the best, because we're going to leave soon and go into committee. And with the independence of the House, because people think when you go to committees where we do mischief and make changes and do all kinds of things. I hope somewhere in the future we see it necessary to bring some of our proceedings live, ones that are not live now. People may have their ideas about whether they should go live or not. But I hope that some of the things that are not on camera in the future, through this new situation, will actually, so the public could see we're actually working. And people are not doing anything in secret. We have a robust discussion. People are trying ideas. Because we're just trying to get what's a good product at the end of the day. That's what we all want. Remember, for the second set, all of us want when we leave, hey, this line of work, or constituents or country is a better place. And Madam Speaker, this is a fundamental step here today that we are taking with the independence of the House. Madam Speaker, with those few words, again, I congratulate you and member for the third, and look forward to further discussion on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the at-large territorial member, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise, Madam Speaker, to lend my support and my perspective on this bill, the House of Assembly Management Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, nothing happens before its time, I guess. And we have come a long way. Like the COI and the other pressures that are being put on us, the Ordering Council, not all storms come to kill and destroy, but some come to clear a path so we can get where we need to go. Madam Speaker, I remember back in 2003-07, I was the Minister for Finance, and this same topic came up to make the House as independent as possible instead of the executive, that's the human resource side, determine what happens in the House in terms of staffing and all of those things. And Madam Speaker, I find it was wrong, and as Minister of Finance, I had then the authority to make the financial decisions. So, but it didn't happen then. Some nearly 20 years after, it's happening now. And I am happy and I fully support this. There are some of us who believe that we should stick with what exists. But if you don't have the experience of sitting in these places, and I assure Madam Speaker, if you were outside, you might have seen it differently. You tend to think that we are doing something that is unconventional, not in standard or standards with other parliaments around the globe. And although we want to be independent as a people individually, we still want to hold on to the old people used to say the frog tail of colonialism. And I am one of those people have been voicing my concern because I think those that are in authority should have already cleared the path for this to happen, and they did not. So, but I have learned from my history and my age that the British don't really give you anything. You have to fight for it, and you have to wrestle it from them. That's proven, you know. I don't know why they do it. I don't know for what reason, but that's their modus operandi, and they need to understand that people need to grow. You know, you can't want to live in the highest lawmaking bodies in the country, and then you want to live with your parent. That don't make no sense. That's not progress. You know, so in my eyes, it's foolishness, and we need to do the things that build institutions for the country and to protect the people from powerful, and some of us will be corrupt, from the powerful and the corrupt people. When people got power, we tend to abuse some of it, you know, and forget that this power is there, is given to you, entrusted to you, so you can help more people, more citizens of the country. And we all need to understand that all of this is for that purpose. How can we be more independent as a legislature, as a parliament, and help more people pass laws that protect the society and to help people to be better citizens. So, Madam Speaker, I look at the bill, all the provisions in it. It's, you know, unfortunately, I had the opportunity to be the managing director for one of the statutory corporations. And when I look through this bill, built into it is the safeguards to protect the institution that is being proposed and the public. Yes, we have to make regulations and bylaws to govern how we operate here as parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, the four guys on the wall outside, you know, everybody spoke about it, so I shouldn't be no less different. You know, 49 years, in 1949, the Great March. 1950, we were restored. We got the legislative council back. 1950. 1967, we got ministerial government. 1977, we got some more advancement. 2007, we got a big jump. And now we're here with the, I don't know if it's 2025 or 2026 constitution negotiations, that again, we are looking to have more internal self-government. While the COI, and I need to bring the COI, while the COI might have been optically, the optics of it was not good for a set of people who came from the descendants of slaves. It seemed like the slave master was beating up on the slaves. But it cleared a path that now we can see that the things that we needed to do, the institutions, the rules and regulations we needed to build, that we were able to get it done because of that. So it's not every hurricane or storm that comes into your country just comes to kill and destroy, you know. It also clear a path that you can see better. And we saw better, and now this is coming. And we have other things to do in order for us to build the institutions and put the laws in place to make our country a good democracy. Madam Speaker, we're the executive, and you see it here during the bill section of the CRC report, where people argue, we argue points, like we're going to be in those positions forever, for a long time. I think we're making mistakes. We need to think on the future. What happens if a crazy person, for the want of a better word, sit in the premier seat? Will you be able to enjoy it for 4 years? You know, so it's not about the person sitting in the seat. It's about looking into the future. Do you want that to happen? And if you don't want it to happen, don't think you're going to be over there all the time. You know. You're either going to be out through the door, like me, or you're going to be on this side, like me. If you're lucky. And, you know, so I don't look at it now, and that where I sit is where I will always be. I could be home. Yeah. But we need to look at these things futuristically, because the world has changed. The world is changing rapidly. AI and all the different cryptocurrencies and all the things that are happening in the globe, you guys are going to get lost if you don't pay attention to some of this stuff. You know, it's us guys. You know, but so the world is a different place. The whole global warming issues that you're going to be confronting, you can't think that it's about you, it's about the position you're in. That position you hold, a position of authority and to get things done. Minister of Communication and Works, it's not Kairema in my eyes. It's their position that's supposed to make the infrastructure of the country better, the best it can be. And if he can't do it, somebody else should do it. You know, so Madam Speaker, you know, there is no doubt in my mind, and I spoke to, like I said, this is about the 8th governor that I interacted with, and I spoke to everyone wanting to control a parliament. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. A civil servant controlling a parliament, they know that is wrong. And the people who doing it know it's wrong. Parliament's supposed to be an independent body, is like everybody says, the third institution of the democracy. They don't control the judiciary. They can't direct them. They try to pay them nothing to do the job that they're doing. You know, some of the stuff don't make sense. You know, and then you have the executive. Their job is to get the things done in the country. When you get here, our job is to ask you a million questions so that people can understand what you're doing. You know, so those 3 independent bodies needed to exist. And this bill is a stepping stone to me towards it. It is true the bill, it needs to make rules and regulation, Madam Speaker, under the regulation where members I don't want to say supervised, but members need to be accountable to the parliament for their actions. It is not just the old time section that you have a contract with the government, you leave this. There are other things. There are other things that we need to make rules and regulations for, similar to every other parliament. You know, so those things I hope when we get to implement it, those things we don't think that it's us as an individual, but us as a parliament trying to protect it and move it forward. So, Madam Speaker, I too want to give you your flowers while you're still sitting in the seat. You know, without you, I don't think it would have been done. I know the member for the 3rd, you know, he's going to be part of his legacy because I guess he was pushing it, and he's the mover of the bill because the speaker can't move any bill in the House. So someone of us has to do it. You choose a good person to do it. So the member for the 3rd will go down in history as, along with the speaker, as the one who brought this bill and piloted through the House towards its passage. And so far, it looks like he has no opposition. So, Madam Speaker, I want to again, you know, tell you thanks for bringing us this far, and for the Premier to allow you this Thursday, because it seemed like you were planning to take every day. So, so I want to thank you for the work you have done on this bill, and hopefully in the committee stage, I see a couple of things in the committee stage that need fixing. And I don't think it will be long because I think we went over it already, and we can fix those little things and move forward. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for the time. Yeah?
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, let's just take a brief recess, please. House isn't This House now resumes its sitting. I call on the member for the 3rd District to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I paid keen interest to the Premier when he spoke, and I hope you did too. I don't know if I have to egg you on this one. But the Premier did, in fact, he spoke about standards, and what came to mind, Madam Speaker, was in the United Kingdom with IPSA, that I presume, and I would be presuming correctly, that that's exactly where you're heading as far as standards are concerned. He mentioned that you're going to need a building, a new building, and you're going to need land. So those are the things that he can provide. Those are not hollow promises, Madam Speaker. We hold him to it. He also didn't forget to give recognition where it belongs. That's to you, for your tireless work in making sure that this thing becomes a reality, that it comes to fruition. And with the kind of support that you have from members, Madam Speaker, I see no reason that this bill isn't going to get passed and that the House of Assembly will not be going independent as we all plan. The member for the 2nd, Madam Speaker, he gave me something to hold on to. And I think that we all should hold on to it when he said that with this coming to fruition, the message will be clear that the House of Assembly is no longer a department of government, but what? A branch of government. A truly independent branch of government, which is intended, Madam Speaker, when they talk about the 3 separate branches of government that are equal but separate. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, he touched on everything. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, he credits you for the work that you've done on this bill and bringing the House of Assembly to its independence at some point. But he also talked about the resource, capacity building, and resources, how it would be important and it's absolutely necessary for us to have the kind of resources that is necessary for committees of the House, for members of the House who are doing research and want to have that resource available to them. And I hope that those suggestions and recommendations never get lost in what we're doing to get there. I like the little historical context that you put in place, Ms. Luce, when you talk about when we move from 4 to 6, and 6 to 7, 7 to 9 members, and the years that it happened, and 9 to 13. And hopefully, the next time you speak will be from 13 to 15. That's some kind of promise that we all made to ourselves, that the House of Assembly will expand to 15 members at some point in the very near future. First opportunity we get. Madam Speaker, there were some things in there. Members picked up on it. I did not mention it while I was reading the objects and reason because I know that there are some anomalies in the bill that needs to be adjusted, which will be addressed when we go into the committee stage, such as words like cabinet, words like consolidated funds. I think they are relics of the standard bills that we pass in the House. So we wouldn't be using those terms, we'd be using other terms to reflect a truly independent body, which is this House. And the leader of the opposition also mentioned something about the House of Assembly becoming the gold standard for all statutory bodies. And I agree with him on that. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I think that we can move into committee stage where a host of other things will be mentioned, hopefully to be corrected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled House of Assembly Management Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as the House of Assembly Management Bill 2025.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.